Tracy, we did not have a publicized start time for this, did we? Be 5. Yeah. Okay, so I'm good to go. Mr. President, today we have 2 tremendous work sessions for you. I think all of you will be very happy with the insights we provided. So with that, sir, over to you.
Okay, appreciate everybody being here. Apparently the public doesn't feel the same way because nobody's here, but no, just kidding.
It's too nice outside. It wants to be cooped up inside on a daily
We'll go ahead and begin our work sessions now with, we'll hear from Commuteride about a grant pilot program.
I have no audio, President Goldthorpe.
There's no audio. Usually people complain about my video.
Now we have audio.
Thank you. Good.
Are we still bad?
No, I'm good. I can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay, hey, thanks. Well, anyway, we'll have our first work session now with Commuteride, and Tessa Grieger is going to give us the presentation. Glad you're here.
Situated here.
If you want, you can take your mask off too.
Thank you. All right, it's a little easier. Well, good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Tessa Grieger, and I manage the Commuteride program for ACHD. Today, I'm excited to provide an overview of a new program that we're launching this year called the Workplace Mobility Grant Program. We're launching it as a pilot program. We look forward to any suggestions or questions you have as we are in the process of finalizing this program. I'll start with a quick overview of the program and then provide additional background and specifics. So the Workplace Mobility Grant Program will provide grants of up to $2,000 to small businesses or organizations located in Ada County to fund mobility or transportation improvements for their workplace and employees. This could also serve customers depending on the scope of the project that they are interested in pursuing. We're starting small this year, so looking at a total grant program amount of $10,000, which would allow for a minimum of 5 organizations to receive financial assistance through this program. We do have the goal of scaling up in future years with additional fiscal partners, depending on the success of this pilot program. I will note that we have submitted an application to the AARP as part of their Community Challenge Grant Program, which, if awarded, would increase the total grant program amount by $35,000, which would allow for additional businesses to receive assistance through this program this year. Our goal is to launch the program in late June of 2021. Sorry, this is a little slow to... Okay, apologies. So to take a step back, Commuteride, in addition to our van pool and our rideshare program, we conduct extensive education and outreach with Treasure Valley employers. Through programs like May in Motion, which is underway currently, and Commuteride Works, we support employers in developing commute benefit programs so their employees have access to healthy and efficient transportation options. And through our work, as well as best practices in commute programming, we know that employees are more likely to commute by smart transportation modes, biking, walking, van pool, transit, if they have the right types of amenities support from their employer. This could be financial support, this could be end-of-trip facilities, office facilities, as well as flexibility overall. And I can say from my personal experience, having a place to securely lock my bike here at ACHD makes that decision to ride a bike to work that much easier and a viable option for me. So as employees return to workplaces and businesses return to some form of normalcy, we saw the opportunity for this program to leverage the change in commute behavior, helping commuters to establish potentially new modes of transportation as they go back to the office. In alignment with our strategic goals for this year, we further wanted to position Commuteride to be a valuable resource for businesses as they come out of the pandemic and move forward sustainably and equitably. And finally, we see this program as a foot in the door initiative. In other words, we've designed the program not only to provide one-time upfront financial assistance, which has a direct transportation benefit in itself, but also to be a longer-term investment in these companies, in these organizations, to foster that longer-term investment in commute options by the company as well as the employees. The goals we've established for the pilot program are outlined here, which we will be evaluating through surveys as well as through commute tracking through our rideshare platform, Share the Ride Idaho. This will help us to determine the overall efficacy of the program as well as what it looks like in the future. Goals include increasing smart commuting within the organization, increasing participation in Commuteride's programs and services such as Share the Ride Idaho, and providing support for businesses with limited resources. Overall, we will measure the success of this program by the number of businesses and employees we've engaged through the program and ultimately the change we see in adoption of alternative commute modes. The grant program will be open to small businesses, as I mentioned, in Ada County, and to further the equity goals of this initiative, we will be encouraging and giving increased consideration for 501c3 nonprofit organizations, businesses that are minority or women-owned, and organizations employing or predominantly serving low-income, minority, or other disadvantaged populations. 501c4 organizations or organizations that exist for the primary purpose of advancing partisan politics will not be eligible to apply to avoid any potential conflict of interest. And then just to mention a little bit more about the criteria that we will be using when it comes time to actually evaluate the applications for this program. So we'll be looking at motivation overall and sustaining commute strategies moving forward from that organization, demonstration of need, potential impact of the investment that they're seeking, equity, so who it's serving and where it's located, and then overall access to that workplace. So are there options to get to that workplace by other modes of transportation? So for the pilot year of the program, the types of eligible expenses we're looking at include one-time physical or capital purchases. So this would be, again, to support transportation options, including purchases such as bike parking, carpool parking signage, bike repair stands, fix-it stands, lockers, or even bikes to support employee bike share programs. We will also provide an other category in the application, so we certainly want to open it up to organizations to let us know what they would like to see or what would help them in advancing their transportation goals for their organization, and we'll be open to those ideas. And then in the future, we'd really like to see this program evolve to support transit passes, van pool as well, and we'll be looking at different ways that we could do that, obviously to support some of our current public transportation options. As part of the grant program, businesses would be expected to purchase, install, and maintain any grant-funded items. Commuteride, while we will not be directly purchasing those items, we would support the businesses in that process to help them identify potentially local organizations or vendors that may be appropriate for what it is that they're looking for. This could be, for example, Boise Bicycle Project if they're interested in purchasing bikes for an employee bike share program. And then in addition, over the 9-month grant period, we would expect a commitment from that organization to work with Commuteride to further develop and implement their transit programs. So this could be working with us or working with one of our partner nonprofit organizations to conduct an educational workshop to support their employees in traveling by bike or transit to their workplace. Or it could be conducting facility assessments and identifying other benefit options they could pursue, and then ultimately participating in some level of evaluation so we're able to ultimately evaluate the success of this program. We plan to launch the program, as I mentioned, in late June with our main motion celebration, and then following the review process, we will notify grant recipients in August and begin implementation of the program in September of this year. We plan to utilize a variety of methods to raise awareness of the grant program, including our traditional outreach methods, and we will also be reaching out to organizations that may have access to eligible or interested businesses to share information about this program. This would include the Small Business Administration, economic development organizations or departments, business associations, chambers of commerce, nonprofit service organizations. And based on what we're hearing from the community and from the businesses in terms of resource needs, particularly among small businesses, we expect that there will be interest in this program from a variety of different organizations. We've had preliminary conversations with some of our partners, and they're excited to spread the word about this and may also serve as fiscal partners in the future. As far as next steps, we will be following up with some of our partners to let them know about the upcoming grant program and to seek any input they have as to the scope of the initiative. And following that, we'll be finalizing our grant application webpage, marketing materials, and then, as I mentioned, launching and getting things going in June. And with that, I will stand for any questions or suggestions you may have.
Got one, and thank you for this. Appreciate it very much. During the May in Motion, I guess we're not going to have a face-to-face luncheon, but during that particular Zoom meeting or however it's going to be, is this announcement going to be made and a little instruction given, because there'll be a lot of businesses there?
Yeah, absolutely. So that will be our main launch for the program. Right now we're looking at June 17th. There will be a virtual celebration, and we'll certainly be providing some information about the opening of this grant program.
Mr.
Mr.
President?
President?
Yes.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner May.
oh, okay. I just wanted to say thank you, Tessa. I appreciate your presentation. I really like getting that buy-in and investment from the employers, and at the same time strengthening our partnerships with the local business community. So I see all this as some major wins, and look forward to see what they come up with and what those applications, what they are seeking to get for their employees. So looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, Tessa, thank you also for this. I just have a couple of questions. And you touched on it somewhat, and I don't know if maybe we can clarify a little more. One thing of interest to me is how we measure the success of the program. And you talked about we'll be looking at the number of businesses that participate, and you mentioned Share the Ride Idaho. What specifically will we, how will we measure not just number of businesses that are participating, but number of cars taken off the road, that kind of thing? How do we get to that with the way the program is set out right now?
Thank you, Commissioner McKinney. That's a great question. So in terms of how we will be measuring the program, we will be looking at utilizing Share the Ride Idaho, which allows us to track smart commutes. So we will be asking organizations that are grant recipients through this program to work with their employees to encourage them to track their commutes through that program, starting at the beginning of when we offer the financial assistance through the end of the grant program, which we're looking at a 9-month program. So we'll be able to see during that time if there was any change in terms of how employees are traveling to their workplace. And then we'll continue to follow up with those organizations following the grant period to work with them to see what the impact is in terms of removing vehicles from our roadway.
Okay. So does Smart Commute, does that involve, what is that, like a smartphone app that the individual commuter will download, and they'll enter data that way, or it'll track them or something like that?
Exactly. So we refer to smart commutes in terms of public transit, van pool, biking, walking, and then the application that we have to track those types of trips is through our rideshare platform, Share the Ride Idaho, and there's an app associated with that, which is a commute tracker app.
Okay.
And if there are individuals within that organization that do not have access to a smartphone or are not able to track their trips in that way, we would provide other ways for them to do that and to report that information. Another piece of this would be a pre and post survey that we would work on with the organization, so we'd be able to get some quantitative information that way as well.
Okay. So one way or another, we have to hope that they're active in tracking all of this, right? All the participants are
Yes.
doing that. Okay. Let me just then, my only other question that In reading through the materials prior to the meeting, it looks like the funding, the $10,000, is half provided from our Commuteride funds and half from our general fund. And I was just curious if you know the reason for that. Why is it that split? I have to admit that I tend to be, I don't know what the right word is. I tend to be stingy where the general fund is concerned because that has so many claims on it. Why is it being funded that way? And if you can't answer that, I'd be happy to let anyone else chime in who has that information.
Director. Looks like the director would like to respond to that question.
Sure.
Commissioner Goldthorpe, Commissioner McKinney, we thought it was in the best interest of the program to get it going so that we did an equal match to get the program started. My decision with the group, and we believe that we believe that the investment is going to be well worth the effort when it's all said and done. So that's the reason why.
Okay. All right. Thanks. That's all I have. Thank you.
The good news is we have a lot of methods of tracking the ROI for increased participation in these other transportation modes. And Commuteride uses all those methods of computing them, and unlike a lot of others, we take that pretty serious.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Tessa. Just a couple of questions. Actually, Commissioner McKinney asked a couple that I wanted to ask. I know that Commuteride, originally had a lot more businesses that were involved, and we have, even with the base and so forth. Do you have a specific goal as the number of businesses, hopefully incentivized by this, so that we increase the number that are involved and have a relationship, and what is that goal?
Sure. Great question, Commissioner Hanson. So the goal for this year, again, is to start small as a pilot program, make sure that this is the right strategy and the right way to invest the dollars. So the goal this year would be a minimum of 5 organizations participating in the program, and then as we seek additional fiscal partners, as I mentioned, we've had some conversations, and there is interest out there. So we're hopeful that we would be able to increase that total grant amount available in future years. We would certainly want to increase the total number of businesses that are participating. So we would look to scale that up as we move forward.
So those are businesses that already have a relationship with Commuteride, the ones that are applicants? Or are you looking?
Not necessarily, no.
There
So
could be
we
some
would
that have never
definitely
used
be reaching out to businesses, organizations
okay.
we currently work with, and then trying to expand our reach as well. So getting new businesses into the fold, and using this as a strategy for us to make connections with new businesses that we haven't traditionally worked with.
Yeah. Great. Well, I know Commuteride works hand in glove with VRT. In fact, we're under a contract with VRT to operate Commuteride because of the statutory limitations and so forth. So my assumption is that our contract is interpreted broad enough to say that we can use these monies for this kind of purposes, even though we haven't used them in the past. And
That's my understanding. I don't think that
Okay.
would apply to this specific program that we're initiating.
Great. Yeah, and I just love one of the things that Commuteride is always talking about is, along with all the other modes, is to say we're just basically using the existing infrastructure more efficiently.
Yep.
And, it's not about taking cars off the road. It's encouraging people to be on the road by means that are, more cost effective. And the more people sort of get that, the less right away we have to buy. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much.
All right. We will now be pleased to have a presentation from Christy Unselman on the 2022 to 2026 Integrated 5-Year Work Plan. I was trying to arrange for a drum roll because this is kind of the main event.
If it's the main event, don't you have to start it with a bell?
We're not picking favorites.
Or get that guy to do that crazy intro,
Yep.
Let's get ready to rumble, something like that?
There you go.
I can get it that way. Okay.
Do we have anybody else in the meeting yet, Stacy? Okay.
Oh. Okay.
So we're currently in the presentation is on project, which will be the fourth work session. Oh, is it turned off? After each one. The next work session will be on May 5th on revenue projections and early considerations. It's next week. The process identified in this slide is a customary annual process we follow for the adoption of the integrated 5-year work plan. The purpose of today's presentation is to review with the Commission the project prioritization efforts that included our outreach to the public and our partner agencies, the Commission-directed prioritization methodology, and our project identification process. As a reminder, that next work session, the work session next week is on budget and early considerations, and then we'll have an initial draft of the 2026 integrated 5-year work plan in mid-July. First, it's important to review the outreach efforts that have occurred to date. Our first initial outreach to our partner agencies occurred on November 2nd, when we requested their prioritization list with a submittal deadline of February 24th. As a reminder, our partner agencies include all 6 cities, the county, all 3 school districts, Boise State University, and this year we added Valley Regional Transit, and all agencies submitted project request lists. We held the first open house on February 18th to discuss the process with the public and request their input as well. That same day, we launched the online campaign, which included notification of our advisory committees and neighborhood groups, an updated community programs webpage, and social media outreach via Twitter, Facebook, and Nextdoor. So this is a snapshot of the input we have received to date. Through our robust outreach efforts, we received 697 partner agency requests. This was an increase of 122 requests over last year, 29 commission requests, and 79 public requests. It gives us a whopping grand total of 805 total requests. Of note, over the last few years, we have seen an increase in the partner agency requests of over 100 projects per year, going up. So once projects requests are received, they are then ranked on the commission, based on the commission-directed prioritization methodology. This process is a lengthy one. It takes several months and many staff hours to evaluate the process, project requests. Our steadfast interns and wonderful planning team have been lifesavers during this process, so just a big kudos to our wonderful team. The commission-directed methodology uses a multitude of criteria to rank a project. We look at whether a project, a partner agency requested the project. Is it located near a school or civic facility or transit corridor? Is a project identified in a neighborhood plan? Are there existing pedestrian facilities? If so, is it a complete network, or are there critical connections missing? Is it an identified low-stress bikeway, or does it connect to one? A copy of the prioritization methodology was included in the staff packet for your review, as well as a list of the projects that were ranked for both the community programs and the roads and intersections. You can see from the list provided that the majority of the projects that are ranked the highest are either currently in the program or have been scoped or will be scoped for inclusion in a future update. We thought it would be helpful to show an example of how the prioritization methodology is used to rank projects. This is Capitol Boulevard Bikeway, Vista Avenue to the Greenbelt. It's represented by the blue line on the map.
This project ranked number 2 overall in the community projects programs requests. And looking at the bikeway criteria, it's clear to see why it ranked so high. It implements a low-stress bikeway that connects to 2 existing bikeways, which is the Greenbelt and the Shoshone Bikeway. It's immediately adjacent to Boise State University and within a half a mile of 3 destinations. It serves a transportation-dependent population in the top 25%. It also went from being at the bottom of the City of Boise's project request list as an on-hold item to their number 1 request this year. And it was also added to Boise State University's request list. That shift helped elevate the project's rank. And because of that shift in agency priority and overall ranking, we're looking to add this project to the 22-26 update for a concept design in either 22 or 23. This is a great example of how the prioritization ranking informs the programming efforts. Once projects are ranked, we utilize the information to inform our decision-making process to decide which projects are scoped each year, as well as what projects can be moved into the new program. And as a reminder, prioritization is just one input in the programming process. For project evaluation, we look at the overall points received during prioritization, what type of facility it is it a community program, roadway, intersection, how the project was ranked by our partner agencies, as well as project costs. It's important to remember that before a project can be added to the integrated 5-year work plan, it needs to be scoped in the field to determine how much the project will cost and whether it's even a viable project. We also look at the extents of the project. For example, the request may be for a pedestrian crossing, but during the scoping process, we see that the project could also fill critical sidewalk connections, and it may need ADA ramp upgrades. Each year we scope a total of approximately 50 to 75 projects, and it's through this scoping effort that we will evaluate the maintenance projects based on the new direction. Once a project is scoped, then it may be included in the integrated 5-year work plan depending on available funding. And for some projects, it can take years to make it into the plan. And this point in the process, this is where we start the process of programming projects for the next update. And these are the next steps in the process. It's not the 21st, it's the 28th because of our technical difficulties last week. So that's where we're currently at in the process. Staff will be back before commission next week on a revenue and early considerations discussion. And then the initial draft again will be released mid-July. And then I will stand for any questions.
I have one, just a curious question.
Yes.
We have a number of requests from the public, and I know that the requests from our partners, and especially the commission, don't drop off. Do the requests from the public stay on and continue the priority process to?
Yeah, Mr. President, yes. The system that we currently have, when we receive a project request, it gets added into the system and ranked, and those don't disappear, they stay.
Good.
So next year when we receive additional requests, we rank them against new ones that may come in. So they do not drop off.
Thank you.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I'm wondering, Christy, just a couple questions about the prioritization methodology. In what way does our prioritization method take into account the imminent completion of a large traffic generator? For example, I'm thinking in terms of the new high school that's being built out north of Ustick and west of McDermott, and that'll be opening in the fall, and yet we don't have anything anywhere near that for upgrading Ustick Road or anything like that that's currently prioritized. And I noticed that one of the criteria that was mentioned was proximity to schools or other facilities, and yet if that when you have something like a high school, it strikes me that that little piece of it would seem to need additional weight than it normally gets. And so I look at that and I think, we don't have anything prioritized out there. That looks like a place where it ought to be prioritized. Does our method allow for that, or how does it?
Mr. President, Commissioner McKinney, yes, we do look at those. Roads and intersections are ranked a little differently than our community programs, but we definitely take those into consideration, and we are actually looking at including several segments of Ustick Road in the update in response to that school going in. We have to look at projects based on needs countywide, and there may be areas that develop much faster than we didn't anticipate, and we have to shift our focus. So sometimes we will maybe push a project back and accelerate a project based on changing conditions at the time. So yes, we are looking at that. So that does go into that consideration at any time that there's a project that's going to provide connection to a school.
Yeah, okay. It does strike me that area does need some special consideration. One other kind of general question about, and this again relates to our highway projects. As I sit back and sort of think about, all the highway projects that we need to do, my hope is that we can, as much as possible, base our decisions on, objectively measurable criteria. And in many respects, it strikes me that in deciding which highway project to prioritize, the current level of service of an intersection or roadway segment, along with the the volume, that those strike me as the most significant criteria of all. It's not that the others are not relevant, it's just that they're far lower in priority, and yet in looking at the methodologies, I'm not sure that we really give it sufficient weight in that direction. And anyway, can you talk about the weight of these different criteria, especially those two, the current volumes and projected volumes, as well as level of service on our highway projects?
Well, Mr. President, Commissioner McKinney, this is the methodology it's an industry standard that we utilize, and this was adopted by our commission. So we do look at many factors in those. And like I said, the prioritization is only one component when we're deciding what projects are added into the integrated 5-year work plan. Part of that too is accident history. Is there a significant accident history in the area? Volumes, that kind of thing. So one weight over the other, we try to do the best we can in our prioritization, and we try to make it as objective as possible, so that we're weighing the same type of project against the same type of project. And that's just the direction that we have received from the commission on how to weight that ranking.
Yeah. Well, and maybe here's kind of where I'm driving. One thing I would like to see when it comes time for us to look at the list of the priorities, I would like to be able to compare our priority list at least with some kind of metric that combines level of service and traffic volumes for highway segments and for intersections, to at least compare, where does it show up overall, and if we only look at that by itself, where would it show up, and so that we can at least compare the two. I think that's worth doing in every case, and I don't know if that is easily doable, but it's the kind of information I'd like to see as I'm considering the list of projects.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
I'll add one thing to what Christy has said about the community programs, and specifically with the school that you mentioned right up the get-go. Sometimes we have things like that school that come at us completely out of the blue. And it has so far been the commission's thoughts that doesn't change what we've been prioritizing in the past and what people have been waiting and waiting and waiting for. And truly, if the school district thought it was that big a deal, possibly we would have been given more advance notice, or they would have ponied up to help us. And in that particular case, none of that happened. Oh, here comes Steve.
Mr. President, okay, I just wanted to thank Christy before Steve Or the lawyer comes up. Mr. President, unless Mary wants to step in, I just want to thank Christy, Justin, Ryan, and Tom, all of whom took time with me, and they've done it in the past too. And as the old timer on this, I've seen this integrated plan evolve over time and grow and become more truly integrated. And so obviously I keep saying, oh, great, keep going in that direction. And one of the things that we had a really good conversation about this, and I encourage them to keep coming back to me. And I think this is what Commissioner McKinney is kind of getting at, is looking at all of these as corridors that we look at everything on. And it's not just about whether it would function well as a bikeway or a pedestrian walkway, but we look at all of it, the car traffic, the transit, the bike, all uses of that road. And a good way of doing that is viewing it by corridor, because I think that's one of the best ways to prioritize. And I sort of counted and thought, if we just put everything as corridors, we wouldn't have 417 projects. We'd probably have something under 100, but they'd be based on corridors. And then we could think of them as project ideas come up. And because typically a project idea is like, I need a crosswalk over here. Well, it's on a corridor probably. We could think of them like we think of our roadways. When we expand or build those, we do it all. We do the bikeway and the sidewalks and all the features that make that an efficient corridor. So thinking of the corridors is then a good way to ask the cities and the other players, okay, here are the corridors, now help us to prioritize. They're going to have lots of parts to them, but we really need to prioritize. And I think one of the things that's on our plan that demonstrates that is on Kootenai, which has everything. It has issues of handling traffic, car traffic. It has bike lanes. It has issues of addressing speeding. It has crosswalks. So it sort of has all of it. And we approached it as a corridor. The map helps us too, which is really great. I want kudos to the staff for developing that interactive map. It still tends to lead with, when you click on it, it says, oh, this is a pedestrian crossing. It's like, no, that's not my concern. My concern is this, instead of describing it. But we'll get to that. The other is that we've made big leaps on federal capital maintenance, because that was over here in another bucket. And it's like, those are corridors too that might need some fixing, and indeed do. So I love that we are now moving to look at capital maintenance projects holistically. So integrating that, so I would agree with Commissioner McKinney, just having one list, we can compare everything and their parts, knowing that, yeah, the corridor may take some time to actually improve to the way it's needed. We may have to phase it in, but it helps us to set priorities rather than lots and lots and lots of little projects that seem all over the map. The other, of course, is it helps me to get excited about, okay, if we're looking at a corridor, we can look, not just look at the volumes of traffic, but the speeds that cause people to feel unsafe on a particular street. And so we can then analyze that without waiting till it's built and have them come back and say, it's now kind of speeding, and we have to collect petitions, and it's like, wait a minute, let's get this at the front end. So I think this is a real efficient way of looking at all of our right-of-ways holistically as corridors to move people by all the modes in which we do it. And ultimately, I think that's the direction we're going, and I appreciate the incredibly hard work. And of course, it's a way in which we take the measurement tools we have for car traffic, and the new measurement tools we're going to have for pedestrian and bicycles, the performance measures that Ryan and others have worked so hard on. That all gets weighed into, and then it becomes, as Commissioner McKinney says, much more objective sets of criteria go into weighing which are the priority corridors, and we start fixing them as we go. Thanks.
Commissioner Goldthorpe, Commissioners, we did have a tremendous discussion with Commissioner Hanson. He said, now, I wanted to share with you what I also shared with Commissioner Hanson at this thing. Great ideas across the board. You will not see this in this integrated 5-year work plan. We may be able to do some on the margins, like what you were talking about, but this is a complete review and transformation of the learning curves that we're on right now. So this is something that if the commission wants to go down that path, we'll be bringing the ideas and concepts to you on the next series. But I would ask that you not expect that we would be going into corridors and these sort of things during this one. It's just, it's not doable with the time we have. But great ideas that we can then lay on different layers that we've done right now and then continue that transformation process.
Actually, I think we're doing quite a lot of that in this plan, so that's why my kudos to them. And a lot of it's just in the way it's described to the public and how the public and our partners, the cities, interact with it. So actually, that was my comment, is that actually it's not something new.
Mr. President, Commissioner McKinney, I just wanted to give you a little bit of information about the new high school. And a number of years ago, there was a bunch of developers, they just come around and they would plot new schools. And then the infrastructure to support those was nowhere. And so they amended the Local Land Use Planning Act, and it requires any applicant for a school to contact as part of their land use approval, to contact the ITD or the local highway jurisdiction and to do studies to make sure that there's adequate infrastructure to support the schools. And it's been hit or miss on that over time. We've seen it with schools, but our staff's getting much better at that. The other problem with that school is that you have an ITD Highway 16 project that's going in, which we're currently in negotiations with, which adds a whole lot of complexity because that's relatively very close to that school. And so a lot of the improvements from that we're hoping will support that. The other problem is the school's in Canyon County, not in Ada County. But I know that Gary Enselman and his team have been looking at
Are you sure about that?
I think it's on the west side of McDermott.
It's west of McDermott, north of Ustick, but the county line is at Canada Road. It's still in Ada County, because
Just barely.
otherwise it wouldn't be
Just
part of the
barely.
West Ada School District. Yeah, it is. It's very close to the edge of the county,
It's
which
West
is,
Ada.
of course, one of the complaints that some have had, but.
Yeah, but in any event, Gary and his team have been working on doing some traffic lights, and we have some developments that are going on out there. And but at the end of the day, probably the stuff east of the Highway 16 is going to be inadequate, and that'll be stuff that'll have to get in to the programming. And by the way, that's the same issue that will come up over at Franklin, because there'll be two interchanges at both the Franklin Cherry as Ustick. So we're facing that in two locations, and that's when ITD come and does something that it has a huge impact on the local roads, and we're behind the curve right out of the gate. So, but anyway, I just want to make you aware of that statute on schools and the requirements.
Hopefully we have a little better follow-up on, or compliance with that in the future.
And Mr. President, Commissioner Hanson, just to follow up with our conversation too, we did talk about descriptions, and so you will see, I think in this update, maybe not a full transformation, but you will see some things that I think you'll be happy to see. That's going to be a little more user friendly for the public and more descriptive of what we're doing on a particular area. So I think you'll like it. So.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys.
Yep.
Thank you,
very
Christy, for your
much.
presentation. Yeah, thank you and your team. I would really like to hear more about Commissioner Hanson's meetings, and maybe we can get a recap or a little bit more detailed overview of these great ideas and what have you. So if we could do that here before too long, I sure would like to hear about it. Sounds like you've had some great discussions, Jim.
Yeah, well, that was a summary of it, I think. I don't think I left anything out. That was a pretty good summary.
I think that was pretty good
Well,
summary from everybody
yeah.
on that one.
Thanks.
Well, it would be good just to maybe have that, and then we
Yep.
can get some more input from the other commissioners as we find out more about it. So I just think that would be helpful. So thank you.
And Christy, I had to join late today, so I'll follow up with you and see if we can get this presentation just one-on-one, so I'm up to speed.
Mr. President, Commissioner Pickering, absolutely. Just let me know. We can get something set up with that.
See, I always assume
Thank you.
that all the commissioners are calling you as often as I do.
Not quite as often. Okay, well, we've got 3 minutes before we begin our pre-commission.
need to use the restroom.
You know, I saw the Denim Day. I saw the Denim Day announcement, and I briefly considered putting on jeans with my suit, but then I thought better of it.
We do have
Right. Yep. That's about as,
Commissioner Pickering, are you still on? I'll get it right.
She must have decided to take the 3-minute break.
Here.
And then, yeah.
Any of those that are Are you drive? Can I clean all those off?
No, let's not do anything right now. Yes, you can clean these up.
Kill it? Lancaster?
President, I think it's 5:30.
What?
5:30, time for the director's report.
Hey, you're late.
Mr. President, Commissioners, it's now 5:30.
It is. Welcome, Commissioner Pickering. Good to see you. We're here. It's 5:30, and I would ask if any of the commissioners have any questions about our agenda today or what's on it.
Mr. President, if I
Yes.
could, I would like to again announce to the commission that if you would please, on regular agenda item number 1, refer that back to staff indefinitely. We have come to an agreement. I've signed the papers. We're done.
This is good news. All right, are there any
President
questions?
Goldberg, I'm gonna,
Yes,
on the agenda, when we get to consent, I have a correction in our minutes that needs to be made.
I do
I can
too.
include that in the motion. Okay.
right, we'll make sure and get those into the record.
Well, and I note that there are 2 different minute entry items on the consent agenda. So Commissioner May, which one is it?
The one from our joint meeting with the Ada County Commissioners is just a
Okay, so that's
correction.
item number 2.
I did correct the President May to President Goldthorpe.
Oh, did you?
Yes, I
Did you already?
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you, Stacy.
Okay,
My
yes,
correction was Stacy, for the actual commission meeting, I voted no for both condemnations. I think I was quoted voting no and then yes.
I think you were absent for the second one.
Yeah.
You were absent for the
Yeah,
second
you-
one, and so you were
Yeah.
marked as absent for that vote.
Okay,
Yeah. Yeah. You had just been gone for just a little bit that day.
that's right. Okay, thank you.
Alrighty,
You
Director.
guys are all the spots. Oh my goodness.
Hey, memories of this old person.
I know.
All those crossword puzzles.
Well, Commissioners, good afternoon. I do have a couple things for you. First off, though, Commissioner Pickering, you did ask for a one-on-one regarding the integrated 5E work plan. We'd be more than happy to also include the Commuteride presentation we did on the grant program. If that's amenable, and if it is, we'll find a time that's convenient for you. I think you'll be very happy with the steps that Commuteride has taken to along this very important grant program. Well, that
Thank you,
Commissioners,
Director.
good afternoon. I do have several items to share with you, and actually have a training series at the end of this for the Commission. First, our scheduled presentation to the Garden City Council was officially deferred last Monday until May 10th. Now, as I shared with you earlier this week, I did receive a request from Garden City leadership to support this, as the City Council had not had the opportunity to review Commissioner Goldthorpe's letter, as the letter had only been shared with the Council by their city lawyer late Sunday evening, early Monday. And of course, the meeting was Monday. So I did support this in the spirit of collaborative partnership and to best ensure ACHD was following the legislature's and all of your recommendations to work toward a solution. Earlier today, we did receive a note from Garden City's lawyer requesting that any future conversations on the salt shed be limited strictly to legal counsel. As ACHD is already doing this, we have agreed, and as required by Rule 4.2 of the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct, Commissioners, please ensure that any current or future discussions, questions, or comments on this item go through ACHD's General Counsel and in turn Mary York. If you have any questions or concerns on this, the General Counsel will be more than happy to sit down with you and discuss them. As a reminder, ACHD's annual health fair is in May, and if you would like to participate, please let either Stacy or I know, and we'll, in order for us to reserve a time slot for you. As you are also aware, the first census update was recently released, and as we all knew, Idaho's has experienced monumental growth. We expect to see the regional and county numbers later this summer, and as such, we do expect that ACHD will be doing some redistricting. We will keep you posted on this. Recently, the CDC released its new guidance regarding mask recommendations. After a thorough review, I see no immediate change in ACHD's current protocols. And as requested, Commissioners and Commissioner McKinney, we have installed several overhead street name signs with 14-inch and 16-inch letters on both eastbound and westbound lanes on Ustick going to Maple Grove. We will keep you posted, and we'd like to know what you think as we go that. Now I'd like to share a couple updates on the district. Stacy, if you could bring up the presentation, please. Commissioners, as you know, every month the staff goes through a very intensive, thorough review of metrics that we have established here, and so I'm not going to share the entire load of it with you, but I thought I'd share some high points with you. Next slide, Stacy, please. These are the 7 major goals that you've asked us to continue to work through. As you can see, your staff's doing a tremendous job. The challenges that are in front of us right now are twofold. Number one, executing this budget with all the different things that are going on right now at the 92%. I believe we'll get there and such, but at the same token, I wanted to, as I have in the past, just give you a heads up that this is going to be very difficult to do this year and such. And then the turnaround with the tremendous amount of development applications and, of course, the staff challenges that we've brought to you. We're on the cusp. We're still doing it, but we're on the cusp of making this happen. We'll keep you posted as to any changes in those or any other additional concerns that I or the senior staff see on the horizon. Next slide, please. Well, for March, talking about operations, as you can see, again, we have been intimately engaged. I will have to change the number 2 bullet. We have had the one accident most recently, and unfortunately that vehicle is going to be totaled. Our maintenance team has come up with a great idea of how to salvage part of the important structures of that F-350. We actually have one on site that we ordered as a replacement for this, as I understand it, and so we will take the pieces off that one that we can salvage and do everything else with this to make it as least painful for the district as possible. The Dodge that was involved with this, we had it's about $11,000 of damage to that Dodge. It is repairable, and so we're working with the owner to make sure that he is made whole. Safety training is where it needs to be, and of course our general counsel and team are doing a tremendous job on public records turnarounds. Next slide, please. Speaking earlier about how impactful Commuteride is, I thought I'd share with you year to date what your Commuteride program has done when it comes down to removing single vehicle miles and removing a lot of stuff out of the atmosphere. As you can see, they're doing an absolutely great job, and as you notice on Monday's report, that we are with bogus closing and a consolidation of 2 routes into Mountain Home. We have, I think, about 64 vans en route. We expect this to increase as summer goes on, especially with bogus opening up their summer operations at the top. Those are the lane mile costs today, and those are the potholes that were filled last month within 24 hours. Now, what's interesting about this, Commissioners, is that we've seen a trend of less potholes per month. We had a rather small reporting of potholes during Pothole Week. Well, the answer to that is very easy. Our maintainers are very aggressive about getting out there prior to and ensuring that the asphalt is in the great condition that it is right now. So in a sense, this is one of the great senses. It's a great thing moving forward. Signals are where they need to be, and the level of service is where it needs to be for this time. For our traffic ops folks, as you can see, they are incredibly busy, and this will get more intense as we get through the summer. You may have noticed there are a lot of cities now that are advertising events that are coming up that will be in-person events to include tree fort, all the different things that go on across the board. So our team's going to be very, very busy as we get through the summer. Next slide, please. And just to kind of wrap it up a little bit, your development technical services teams are again doing Herculean work. If you look at those numbers, it's really astronomical for this time of the year as we go forward. It will continue to increase across the board. Next slide. So this last week on the all staff, I reviewed with our team ACHD's recommendations, policies, that sort of stuff on an active shooter incident. It is terrible that we even have to go through this, but unfortunately, this is the time we live in as an as a country and as a state and as a county. And so what I wanted to do with the 5 of you today is give you a synopsis of the active shooter training protocols that we have here at the Ada County Highway District. Next slide, please, Stacy. It's very simple. When it's all said and done, if you're in session, and again, you are very safe, we've taken multiple protocols to ensure yours and our staff's safety here at the Ada County Highway District. But that being said, if this event would ever occur here, there are 3 rules, and that's it. First rule, run. Run. Do not attempt to be John Wayne or whatever. Run. If you can't run, hide. As you can see, the way we've set up this, without getting into specifics, we've actually added additional, I call them deterrents on getting directly to you and such. And you can see how you're seated, where this has been raised a little bit. But the avenue is something happens, you run, and then if it all else fails, as I've told the staff, fight. That is generally a losing perspective, but this is what the experts at the national levels and local levels and police departments are emphasizing across the board. So we do the same thing here at the Ada County Highway District. So please remember, run, hide, fight. Law enforcement will arrive. They will not arrive within 10 seconds. It's just the nature of the beast. It will not happen. Again, we have multiple protocols here at the district, both hard land, mobile, you name it, across the board, that we can alert the first responders very quickly to come here to the district. Matter of fact, we've had several unintended tests of that system, and it works all the time. But these are the things that I shared with our team members that we'd ask you to also consider. It is going to be a crisis situation. It's going to be a very emotional situation. The emergency responders will, again, ask you not to scream, not to be moving your hands back and forth, and don't stop to talk to the officers. They have something more important to do than to talk to you. Okay, we'll get into this in a little bit. But if you have that opportunity, those are the things that the officers, the responders are going to want to know about, if you can give that to them. Remember, run, hide, fight. Run, hide, fight. Get away. But if the situation occurs, let them know how many shooters there are, if you know, what they look like, and if there are unfortunate victims that are already on the ground. Because, quite frankly, as in air combat operations, everybody's a target unless proven otherwise. And so we don't want to have you or any of our team members be unintentional targets as they go forward. Next slide, please. And then coping, it's one of the things we emphasize, and I do this all the time when I travel to different organizations or go to different meetings or just meet with our team members. I know where the two exits are. I know right now if something comes in here, I can go that way or that way. Something comes that way, I can go this way or that way. It's very important for you as elected officials to ensure that you have a good situational awareness of where you are, what the ambiance is in the organization, and that you have in the back of your mind, I can move to these two locations quickly. And as you move through the room or the meetings or the different organizations, that will change. You must continue to focus on, where are my two emergency exits? Where are they at? And that's key that the experts will tell us on survival, such. As I said earlier, the last thing, a fight, a barricade. We've instituted different locking mechanisms here in the building and such. We have different protocols. Even the smallest thing, door stopper that you'll see on a lot of our doors, you can block that door just with that little door stopper on the bottom, and nobody's coming through these big solid doors and such. So please utilize those either here or at the different locations that you're at when you are attending different events, different functions, those sort of things. But bottom line, in summary, there's no way this district can 100% plan on the day, the hour, the minute, the avenue that this may occur here. Here, as you've seen, there's been several shootings in recent memory here in Ada County and such, and some in Garden City. All very, very unfortunate. Things will move quickly, and as I said, unfortunately, there's generally an end to an active shooter situation that is horrific and not pleasant for both sides of the aisle. So, again, please remember, run, hide, fight. Please assure you know where your two immediate exits are on such. Do not try to be a hero. There are a lot of dead heroes around, just being candid. And at the end of the day, please rest assured that your staff has taken many precautions, both proactive and planning to ensure your safety when you are here at the district and such. So with that, Commissioners, I believe that is the end of my presentation for today. I stand for any questions you might have on the Director's report.
Any of the commission?
Mr. President,
Sure.
just, I assume we'll have an opportunity to sort of revisit those 7 priorities. I know they were set years ago and sort of have carried on. I think there's a couple of them we might want to dig deeper into and say, are these still good, and want to add some more and so forth. My concern about the growing maintenance backlog is that we know what we need to do in order to fix it first. The other is, of course, there are some areas where level of service we have absolutely no control over. It's a development pattern issue. The way things develop have to do with it. There's nothing we can do to the road with its signal timing, or there's areas we can't add lanes or anything like that. And so it's sort of like, I'm not sure that level of service is one of the good criteria that we say, well, let's try and achieve that. It's more localized, so it's a development pattern issue, and that'll get more and more like that. So just let's revisit them in a more detailed way. I think Commissioner McKinney and I agree. We the more metrics and data points we can evaluate on a level, the easier it is to debate the pros and cons of which are priorities.
Commissioner Goldthorpe, Commissioner Hanson, absolutely. These are your, what I call 100,000-foot broad objectives that if we don't have to speak to you for the next year, these are the things that you've asked us to accomplish. And so they're broad. They're not specific when it comes down to, I want you to do 2.3 miles per year or something. But that's up to you, and of course, whatever it is you'd like to do, we'll be more than happy to support.
Mary, anything from you?
Yeah, I just had a follow-up question with Director Wong. Thank you for the active shooter presentation. My earlier email this afternoon, I had heard from a constituent that when she came home in the middle of the day, there was heavy machinery in her yard, and they were pulling the cable for the 5G. No notice whatsoever, and then she finds out they're putting in the antenna like 25 feet from her front door. Again, she was very, very solution focused, and my question to you is there any type of notification process or requirement tied to this permitting that is taking place with all these fiber companies that are going out and doing this work?
Commissioner Goldthorpe, Commissioner May, I'll answer this in this way. First off, I did ask if you could give me that person's address. We can look at the specific area, because we have the contractor that's doing all this fiber work is all over the place, and so we have different subs and such. We have put those contractors, they're supposed to be doing all those things. As I believe I've shared with the commission, we've actually stopped their additional operations, and we have had them remove one of their subs, if I'm not mistaken on this, going forward. It is a challenge. They are supposed to be doing that. But if you could please give me I don't need the name, just a specific address, that I can give you more specifics on that.
Yeah, sure, I can do that. That's just a growing issue. Where I'm hearing from constituents all the time, and this issue, they're going to be pulling more fiber, putting more antennas in, and it is a bit of a shock when you come home and you've got that happening in your yard without any sort of notice.
Yeah,
so I would like to see if there's some way we can tie that to the permitting, or I don't know, but it does seem to be a problem.
We have taken some very aggressive actions already and such. We have. As I said, we've had subs removed. If you ask the general counsel, we've looked at all sorts of options that probably are not legal or moral or ethical to solve these sort of things. But I will get back to you on that.
I had a really nice conversation with one of our inspectors that gets involved in some of that. He may have reported on that, but I told him I hope there was lots of things we could do that were probably under those categories, but
yeah,
he laughed.
Excuse me, on that, Commissioner May, Mr. President, I apologize. Commissioner May, there's really a distinction between the 5G and just the regular fiber companies.
Yep.
The 5G, if we had passed the ordinance last year on 5G, that had lots of provisions in there about getting consent from the local jurisdictions, as well as notice to all the property owners and the like. Many of the fiber companies, and this has happened to me in my house, is that they have a utility corridor in everybody's front yard, 10 feet wide. And so they really don't. They just go in there. They think they have an easement. I asked them if they provided any advance notice. They say they put out door knockers. It's not true. But in any event, we'll look at the idea of, through our permitting, is requiring notice for those type of contracts. And a lot of these, we also have fiber agreements. So we'll look at that, and I'll get back to you on that.
I appreciate that, and we did talk about the ordinance that we tried to pass last year as well, so, but it is an issue. Thank you.
All right, we got 7 minutes.
Yes.
Just to let you know on use, we have an interim signal used to go black.
Okay.
We finished until.
Okay.
And then we're also looking at an interim signal.
Okay.
School districts required to widen. Calling the signal our signal.
Okay.
Trying that done. Well, may not be before the school opens, but shortly thereafter.
Okay, because I know those intersections, I've driven through there in the morning, and they're pretty backed up, so
And
signals.
part of that is when there students were coming from when
Okay.
they set the attendance boundary,
Right.
so now we have a lot of kids that have to come down use if
Right.
they weren't participating. That's why we're doing the best we can to get
Yeah,
in place.
yeah, I can just picture in my mind the possible scene next fall when school starts there at the new school.
First few weeks
It's-
are going to be a mess.
It is. It's gonna be a real challenge. I will work through it, but yeah, that's those. And let's see. So we have signal, and it's 10 mile. And there's already. Oh, it goes all the way to McMillan.
And there's too much.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, we're back.
Commissioner Hanson.
right behind that wall. Sir, it's time.
Mr. President, Commissioners, it's now 6 o'clock.
Welcome to the Ada County Highway District, ladies and gentlemen. I would invite you to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the United States and to the republic.
One nation, indivisible.
Thank you. I must say that was wonderful. You guys are all a sight for sore eyes. For over a year now, the staff has been making my eyes sore, and you're just kidding. But I'm so grateful that that we actually have folks here with us today, members of the public, applicants, everybody. It's we're back in business, and to see names on a piece of paper. I'm a happy guy tonight. We'll begin the meeting by entertaining a motion to accept the agenda.
Mr. President, I move to accept the agenda.
Is there a second?
Mr. President, before we act on this motion, it's my understanding that staff has requested us to modify the regular agenda. Are we dealing with consent agenda
We'll do
here
that one.
or
Yeah.
regular?
We adopt the agenda, and then we'll deal with it when it comes up on the regular.
Okay, all right.
So you just say, I second.
All right, that's fine. I'll second the motion.
All right. It's been moved and seconded that we approve the agenda. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
And we're good. We'll go into now the consent agenda, which, let's see, are considered to be routine, and we approve them or enact them with one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless a commissioner or citizen so requests, in which case the item will be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda. And all consent agenda item are commission action items unless otherwise noted. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Mr. President, I move to approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? The motion carries. Now we'll get to the regular agenda, and we have item number 1, which would have been a condemnation of right-of-way for the Eagle and Amity Road roundabout, parcel 36 and 37, but we're going to refer this back to staff indefinitely because this has been solved. It's over, and we no longer need to talk about it. So we'll go, do we need to make a motion for that?
Yes.
Okay. I would entertain a motion to refer back to staff item number 1.
So moved.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, item number 2 is to request to modify the development agreement with the City of Boise for Starview Drive improvements, the CAR 21-408, and this is a quasi judicial matter, and we are being asked to request for approval of the modification of a previous decision. We'll begin by hearing from Christy Little.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I just want to state that I used to own property up there. I used to be a resident of that neighborhood. 2 years ago, moved away and sold that property. So I no longer need to recuse myself from deliberations. Thank you, Mr. President. I want to state
Good.
that for the record.
Thank you. So we'll turn the time over to Christy.
Thank you, Mr. President, Commissioners. For the record, Christy Little, I'm the Development Services Manager. Gary Enselman and I have been working on this Boulder Heights Estates subdivision since the early 2000s, going back into the history. So we're very familiar with how the area has developed and what our original conditions of approval included. So before you tonight is an application to modify a condition of the Boulder Heights Development Agreement, Boulder Heights Estates Development Agreement between the City of Boise and the developer. The applicant tonight, M3, is requesting a modification to the development agreement, specifically to request a change to the improvements that were required with Starview Drive. The Starview Drive improvements were also required by ACHD with the original preliminary plat in 2002, and those conditions were then included in the development agreement with the City of Boise. Although the required improvements have been designed by the applicant's engineer and approved by ACHD, the applicant is requesting this modification to further reduce impacts to the hillside on the mesa. And I think to sum up the applicant's position for you, it's not a question of can it be done, but rather should it be done. So for our order of business this evening, after staff concludes presentation, then the applicant's representatives will have up to 15 minutes to present their testimony, followed by the Warm Springs Neighborhood Association with up to 10 minutes of testimony, and then individuals are allowed up to 3 minutes, and then we'll conclude with the applicant rebuttal. And just so that everyone is aware, the emails that we received prior to my packet being published are in the commission packet. All other communications received after that were just forwarded directly to the commission. So they have received everything. Boise City Planning and Zoning hearing is scheduled for May 10th, and city staff notified me today that the staff will be recommending denial. So just to get us oriented for this evening, we're up here on the mesa. The Boise River runs along here on the western boundary. The East Park Center Bridge is down here, and of course Warm Springs Avenue that goes around the mesa. Windsong Drive is the collector that was built in the early 2000s, and then there's Starcrest Drive, and then Starview Drive. The area that's left for development for Boulder Heights is over here on the eastern edge. So this is Starview Drive, how it looks today. Aside from the regular maintenance that ACHD has done on Starview Drive, there haven't been any other improvements. The pavement width varies, but there's an average pavement width of 26 feet, just from Warm Springs up to the top of the hairpin curve. There's no sidewalk or pedestrian or bicycle facilities on this stretch. The last traffic count that we had about a year ago, there's approximately 500 vehicle trips per day on this segment of roadway coming off the mesa. So the conditions established in 2002, originally the developer had proposed to construct another roadway coming off of the eastern side of the development, which the neighborhood had concerns about. So the developer actually proposed these upgrades to Starview Drive. And in 2002, the proposal, which the ACHD Commission approved, was a 31-foot street section. So that's the pavement width and the curb and gutter. And that pavement width includes a bike lane. And then additionally, they were proposing a sidewalk. Also, average grade not to exceed 10 1/4, and all costs attributable, of course, to the development. The commission did not require that the improvements be constructed by a particular year or a particular phase. but they did approve that original proposal. So fast forward to 2018, just 3 years ago, almost to the date. By then, approximately half of the original 228 lots that were approved with the 2002 plat had been final platted, and the applicant requested a modification to the original requirement for the street section for Starview Drive. So the applicant's engineer in 2018 provided detailed information and geotechnical data with a new proposal that better handles the runoff and stormwater, that leaves the, by not completely reducing the grade for the full segment, it leaves the sewer main in its existing location so that it doesn't have to be touched. And then proposed kind of juggling around where those improvements were. The original proposal back in 2002 had the sidewalk on the downhill side adjacent to the hillside, the slope, and in 2018 they were proposing just kind of moving some of those things around. So this street section is what was ultimately approved in 2018, and with the exception of about a foot of pavement, the commission approved what the applicant was proposing. So I'll just take you through this. So we do refer to the upper half and the lower half of Starview Drive. The upper half is where we have the hairpin curve, and then of course the lower half we have challenges with the slope and the intersection with Warm Springs, but they're virtually the same. So as you can see, we approved 2 travel lanes at 11 feet wide and an on-street bike lane 5 feet wide on the uphill side, and then adjacent to that a 5 foot wide sidewalk on the uphill side, and curb and gutter proposed up for both sides of the roadway. And then on the lower segment, you can see that it's pretty much the same section. We do have guardrail on the upper section, and then on the lower section where there are retaining walls, there's the additional need for pedestrian railing and safety improvements. So this is the street section that was approved with the final plats. The applicant's engineer did design the street in accordance with the ACHD Commission's approval, and due to the nature of the hillside, ACHD actually hired a third-party geotechnical engineer to review those civil drawings. So we did in fact approve the plans for this section for Starview Drive. Now, district policy requires that roadway improvements be constructed prior to final plat, or we also have the option that the developer can provide a financial surety for the cost to complete those improvements. This happens quite frequently, most oftentimes due to weather and the inability to complete roadway improvements during particularly the wet seasons. So the applicant chose to provide a financial surety, and in doing so they're required to sign an agreement and post the surety. Now, the agreement is good for 1 year, and policy allows one year time extension to that agreement. So the applicant entered into that agreement in August of 2020, and in August of this year they will either need to request an extension or be underway with the improvements under construction. The surety is such that if a developer were unable to complete roadway improvements, then ACHD could pull the surety and complete the improvements ourselves. So that brings us to 2021. And again, they have 2 very different sections, or very similar sections for the upper half and the lower half. And the applicant has requested, the major change here has to do with the lack of sidewalks. So as you can see, they're proposing the same travel lane widths. They're not proposing a dedicated bike lane. So on the upper half of this segment of Starview Drive, they're proposing a 7-foot wide combined pedestrian and bike lane and no sidewalk. So that is the biggest change for the upper half. On the lower half, again, no sidewalk adjacent to the curb and gutter, and that 7-foot pedestrian and bike lane is reduced to 4 feet. Just to note too, the civil drawings for this plan for these sections haven't been submitted to ACHD, and nor has the geotechnical data, which oftentimes is the case when we're at this stage of approving or not approving street sections. But I wanted you to know that we've not reviewed the plans. So here are the original conditions of approval from 2002 with the preliminary plat. So we talk about the street section, we talk about the grade, improving site distance at the curve, reconstructing the intersection with warm springs, and of course we required installation of an RRFB on warm springs to link us up to the Greenbelt system. So tonight the Commission has two options really before you for this development agreement modification request. Staff, you can deny the applicant's request and clarify. Staff is requesting that you clarify improvements that they be constructed prior to final plat approval of any future phases, of which there are approximately just 50 lots left, or approve the applicant's request, and staff again would ask to clarify that the improvements be constructed prior to any future phases for final platting. However, staff's recommendation is that you deny the applicant's request. As you can see, the applicant has been intending to improve Starview Drive since they proposed improvements in 2002, which staff and the Commission agreed to. They proposed a modification to the street section in 2018. And again, staff and the Commission were in agreement with that. However, staff doesn't support the current proposal due to the elimination of sidewalk and the reduction of the bike lane. So staff does recommend that the Commission deny the applicant's request and clarify that the improvements to Starview Drive are required to be constructed prior to final plat approval of any future phases. And I'll stand for questions.
Commissioner, are there any questions for Christy?
Mr. President, I have a question.
Yes.
Christy, thank you for the presentation and the overview. That's really helpful as a newbie. So I just wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. This latest number, there's lots of years that you kind of shared. So this is like the beginning of this was in 2002. Did I get that correct? You just mentioned that.
Commissioner Pickering, that's correct. The preliminary plat for 228 lots was approved in 2002. And then since that time, we've been processing final plats. So of course, those come in phases and maybe don't happen every year. So this really is, you never know how long it's going to take to build out a subdivision, but now we're getting darn close.
Thank you. That was my next question. I really appreciate that.
Any other questions?
Mr. President?
Yes.
Christy, just to clarify, the lower section of the roadway, the proposal anticipates a reinforced earth wall for the retaining wall. Is that what we're talking about? Okay. And all of that was part of the original plan, and that was part of the original consideration by the geotechnical consultant?
President Goldthorpe, Commissioner McKinney, that's correct. And so in the 2002 proposal, the developer never got so far as to actually design those improvements. But in 2018, when they requested the modification, then they did do the full design, and all of that was considered, and retaining walls are a part of that approved design.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions for Christy? Okay, Christy, thank you very much. Much appreciated. We have a list of individuals who wish to speak, and yes, I was going to say the applicant's the first one, but I was going to make a comment that it's really a pleasure to have this paper in front of me once again, complete with the challenge of reading everybody's handwriting. But we'll have the applicant who's been given 15 minutes, and we'll take it from there. Front and center's good. Made that special for everyone.
It's great to be back here, not under these circumstances, unfortunately.
Let's make sure that microphone is on. Just a little.
You can
Green
remove
light's
your
on.
mask
Good.
if you would.
I can remove.
Easier, you bet.
You can see my facial expressions. Appreciate being here, commissioners. Mark Tate for the record, 1-0.
Stop sharing.
And I believe we have a PowerPoint as well. Seamless. Do I have a clue?
No, there should be a mouse.
Mouse over here. Yep. Great. Okay. Mark Tate, 1087 East River Street, Suite 310, Boise, Idaho 83702. I'll dive right into it. We do have a lot of information to present in a relatively short amount of time. I'll give a quick overview. We have Dave Cram here, who's our geotechnical engineer, who's going to come up and speak after me, and then Heath Clark, who will kind of go through the our recommendation on condition of approval, or request, I should say. It's not clicking through the slides. Oh, here we go, because it's not PowerPoint. Okay, as Christy mentioned, the subdivision plat was approved back in 2002. I will make one correction. That original condition actually did have a cost share for ACHD for the cost of the Warm Springs intersection. That original condition required that Starview Drive grade be lowered to 10.25%. Currently goes as steep as 12%, which, as you guys know, is not a standard road and wouldn't be allowed in today's conditions. As I understand it, I wasn't involved in 2002, but the original condition was written that way because the original design, get in your way back machine of the Park Center Bridge, had Warm Springs actually coming that far up, 13 feet, I believe, is what I was told by the previous developer, which if you raise the intersection of Warm Springs by 13 feet, you can get to a lower street grade on Starview. So they came back in 2018, essentially because that condition was not going to be able to be built because the Park Center Bridge is built how it is today. In 2018, we took over after the development agreement was done, but at that time, no geotechnical analysis had been done of that hillside. It hadn't been studied, and the actual engineering drawings were not produced in 2018. In 2019, we began a global stability analysis along with plan preparations for subdivisions 8 and 9. That was all the way back in March of 2019 that we started that analysis. We went through 3 different iterations and peer reviews by ACHD and ACHD's peer reviewing engineer, Terracon, all the way to March of 2020, where we got to the point where we really felt like we had a good grasp on what was going to be needed on Starview to actually fulfill the condition, and that was going to be a 17-foot retaining wall right above Warm Springs, which is massive. The initial renderings actually from 2018 showed about an 8-foot retaining wall. So again, there was a bit of disconnect as far as what actually was going to be required to fulfill the condition that they agreed to in 2018. In March of 2020, we had a neighborhood meeting scheduled to be at Riverside Elementary School. I remember talking to Donna Burns, the neighborhood association president, I believe about a week before that meeting. COVID's hitting. We're wondering, what is this whole thing going on? I'm in McCall. And we quickly realized that that neighborhood meeting was going to need to be canceled. The school was closed. Hearings were closed, shut down. You guys know what happened from there. So at that point, we were mostly, or at least halfway done with subdivisions 8 and 9 on top of the hill. We said, well, with all of the uncertainty in this process, we need to go ahead and post a surety for the improvement to continue development and record the plats up above, because we're not able to get through a hearing process at this time given the pandemic. So here we are now. We have designed something that could fulfill the condition. Like Christy said, we're not saying that something couldn't be built. We're here to say we have a very, very constrained road on a hillside that is one of the worst candidates to be widening a road by basically 20 feet off the side of a 1-to-1 slope. Everybody's policy discourages massive foothills, cuts, fills, impacts. Having aesthetically a wall that's 17 feet tall right next to warm springs is discouraged by a lot of people's codes. And we're not saying it physically can't be done, but the road has been there for 50 years. We know that it hasn't moved or gone anywhere. And all of the things that we'll talk about that would have to be done to make the full condition get built, we're simply asking the question, is it the right thing in the right place? Like I said, we've posted a $2.5 million bond. We believe that would be the cost to fulfill the actual condition. That is in place currently. In December of 2020, we had a neighborhood meeting. And then in February of 2021, actually not 20, we submitted for the DA modification. We were not hoping to be in this position after being halfway through these last few phases. That's just sort of the way that it panned out. It's not to our benefit to have a surety up for the improvements at the same time that we're asking you to modify those improvements. We are asking for your understanding of that situation. It was out of our control. We had originally planned this process to start over a year ago now to ask for this modification prior to subdivisions 8 and 9 being recorded, but given everything that happened, I think we can all understand why we're here now. As Christy pointed out, this is the hairpin turn, what we call the hairpin turn. It's the top half of the roadway. There's a drainage that comes through the middle of the road, basically. This is really the demarcation line between what we call Upper Starview and Lower Starview. The nice thing about Upper Starview is the owners of the development who got the original approval still own the property above here. They have a shop that burned down in the fire in the foothills, and they own this piece right at the turn. This and these slopes are much gentler in grade than the slopes as you get further down the road. So what we're able to do up here is actually cut back the hillside to be able to adjust and widen the road. And down below, we're able to cut back this hillside to again widen the road section and get more in the travel lanes and pedestrian facilities. The real issue with the road is not the top half. We're able to get to 31 feet there. The real issue with the road is the bottom half here. This is basically a 1-to-1 slope coming off of the bottom. So for every foot you go out off of the side, essentially you're going to have to go a foot down. So we know that by fulfilling this condition, we're essentially widening the bottom half by 20 feet. The current roadway is 20 feet. So essentially we would be doubling the width of Starview Road and hanging it off the side of a very, very steep hill. And Mr. Cram will talk about the characteristics of that hillside. The reason we can't cut up here is a couple-fold. One, it's very, very steep. So cutting into a steep slope, we basically can't cut into it steeper than it already is. The other thing is we don't own the property next to the road. ACHD doesn't own the property next to the road, and there's houses above the road. So one of the things that we'll be talking about is not wanting to destabilize the road again. There are homes located directly above it. So it kind of goes to a risk reward, for what are we getting out of this massive project versus the risk of doing it. This is an image of the intersection of Warm Springs and Starview Drive. You can see it's a very tight hairpin turn. And then looking up and down, these are both on lower Starview Drive. You can see it's very steep. There's boulders, rocky, very steep dropping off the bottom. And like we said, this road is 20 feet of asphalt with a guardrail, no pedestrian facilities currently. The condition of approval that was approved in 2018, it's one condition of approval and there are 5 parts. The first condition of approval addresses the street section. We feel that the condition itself is actually inconsistent in that it calls for a 31-foot street section. When you actually add together all of the things that are required in the street section, it actually adds up to 36 feet. When you start to add flat spots beyond guardrails and jersey barriers, it gets closer to a 40-foot, what we would consider a street section. The grade of Starview shall be improved where feasible and not exceed the existing grades, improve safety and sight distance at the hairpin curve and widen through the curve, reconstruct Starview Drive at Warm Springs Avenue intersection, improve the sight distance, turning radius, and install a rapid flashing beacon and improve access to the greenbelt. So there's really 5 parts to it. Parts 2 and 3 refer to this hairpin turn and the grade of the road. By extending out the road, we are improving the grade of the road up here where we can and where it's feasible. We're also improving it at the bottom where we're raising the intersection slightly. This shows that we're able to shift the radius of the turn out, which widens the radius. We'll be removing all the vegetation, and with the larger radius, you get a better line of sight through the turn. That is one of the most unsafe parts of the road, and we would basically be rebuilding the entire road, shifting it, from this point over nearly 20 feet into the hillside and rebuilding the entire thing. We're still doing that. Part 4 and 5, improve the Starview and Warm Springs intersection, improve visibility. Our design that we're proposing and is in front of you would still raise the intersection by a couple of feet. That would help sight distances. We would also be expanding the turning radius, which is better for emergency services and large trucks to be able to make that turn. We would be adding a crosswalk and rapid flashing beacon in this location, and we would be improving the access down to the greenbelt where currently this is a very, very, very steep drop off. We would be improving that. So 5 parts to the condition. We would be fulfilling 4 out of the 5 parts, and really what we're here to talk about is what is the actual street section. And before we really get into the details of that, Mr. Cram, if you would mind coming up here and going through existing conditions.
My name's David Cram. I'm the geotechnical engineer for the project. My address is 2791 South Victory View Way, Boise, Idaho.
If you'd like, you can remove your mask if you.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
I know.
what a relief. Oh, my gosh. It is nice to see people, actually. It's great, actually. See. Oh, there we go. Right. There you go. Okay. Even an engineer can make it work. Wow. Just real quickly, there's a lot going on here, but this is basically just as the road sits today. This is a graphical presentation of a stability analysis we did on the road a few years back, and again, it's the way it's sitting today. When we go through and look at a slope stability analysis, we're looking for something greater than 1, right? Something below 1 means it's going to fail or it's already failed. In this case, we have marginal stability on this road at 1, and it's kind of a little hard to see there, but it's 1.0 something. Well, industry standard for a road that would be designed or built in this day, we'd want that number to be 1.3. So we're below industry standards on this road as it sits today. So, and that's one of the key things I wanted to kind of point out, that any construction we do here where we go in and maybe start taking material out on that downhill side is going to reduce that stability. We're going to have the potential to maybe cause a localized failure during construction. And with the sewer line below that road, it put that at risk, and in the street section as it exists today, it put that at risk as well. That previous slide was the static analysis. We also checked for dynamic, and our dynamic analysis shows it less than 1 at 2.6. So what that tells us is if we had a design earthquake, that technically, based on this numerical analysis, the road should fail. And by the way, I'm talking about the lower section. This is not the upper section. So it's just that lower section. And really, the lower section is the only one we're really, for our perspective, we were interested in having some kind of buttress on that outside face or a wall to allow for extension of it. So I threw these slides in here also to show the wall that was originally designed was to be a mechanically stabilized earth wall, but in order to get the stability that we needed, to get that stability up to 1.3, we actually had to put some piles underneath of it. And so you probably a little bit difficult to see, but you can see some red lines below that, and that's simulating the piles in our analysis. We had to run those. They're roughly about 40 plus feet deep in order to get down to the through most of the slip plane and get our safety factors up to 1.3 on a static analysis. And we're allowed to go down to 1.05 on dynamic. So, and you can see we're at 1.1 there. But in order to get that wall in there, that mechanically stabilized earth wall, we're actually taking out quite a bit of material there at the top. So, and that's one of the things we'll get into here in a little bit, is the wall that we're kind of proposing to substitute for this one. It wouldn't require excavation of all that material. So it would actually basically be strapped onto the top of the slope. We'd still have the piles and everything else to get our stability numbers. The change would just be in the wall type. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Mark.
And he's available for questions. We know we have to go quickly through this, so any level of detail, we're happy to go into it. Going back to these exhibits, as Christy pointed out, this is the upper section. We're very close to the requirement. You can see we are at the 31 feet for a street section. Really the only difference for the whole top half of the roadway is that we would go to a 7-foot combined pedestrian facility versus a 5-foot bike lane plus 5-foot sidewalk. It's really not a width issue, as I said there, and one thing to point out with this street section is there is no sidewalk above this and there is no sidewalk below this. So it is not a gap in any sort of sidewalks or pedestrian facility. We would be tying it into the green belt at the bottom, and they would be back sort of into the road below. As Mr. Cram was pointing out, to get the mechanically stabilized earthen wall, it would require a massive excavation of the roadway. There's currently a sewer main in the middle of the roadway, and to put a 17-foot wall here, we would have to have all the room for the wall, the earthen wall, and then all of the room behind the wall to work, plus we would have to be buttressing and excavating behind the wall to get people in there. Essentially what would be required would be the removal of the entire road bed, going all the way to the bottom of the wall, which is almost a 20-foot wall. So again, we're pointing out this can physically be built, but is the risk of excavating an entire roadway 20 feet wide and 20 feet deep, buttressing up against a hillside, doing all of that work necessary when we feel like what we're proposing does get pedestrian facilities from where they're going to where they need to go. And then Mr. Cram pointed out that we after meeting with the neighborhood in our neighborhood meeting, we had actually originally come to the neighborhood with a proposal that would not have had any pedestrian facility on the lower half. We wanted to leave the lower half as is, and our justification was it's been there for 50 years. Digging into it, we just did not feel was a prudent thing to do. What we went back to after the meeting with the neighborhood association that was very well attended, we clearly realized that the neighborhood really wanted a pedestrian facility there. So we charged our engineers and structural engineers, civil engineers, geotechnical engineers to go back and figure out another alternative. What this is a truss wall system that could actually be built off the side of the hill without excavating the roadway. This is a picture in northern Idaho, a very similar condition. You can actually see they're working on essentially what is a 1-to-1 slope. They've got to key the wall into the slope here and create some flat space, and then the structure of the wall actually comes from these piles that you see that are actually drilled into the hillside. What could be done in this case is, typically if the wall is 8 feet tall, the piles would need to be about 8 feet long. To address the global stability of the hillside, those could be made quite a bit longer, which would add some cost, and we're actually asking ACHD, given that it's an existing condition, that we would be remedying for ACHD to participate in some of that additional cost. But this could basically be built off of the hillside and then backfilled, and what you end up with is sort of this earthen gabion type of wall. And again, this wall here is probably 10 feet. We haven't, the type of wall to go bigger up to almost a 20-foot wall, is really massive. And from a visual standpoint and Warm Springs and the river, I mean, it really would stick out like a sore thumb. We think this is a great alternative to be able to not have to excavate the lower portion of the road, but widen it. And even to get to what we're proposing for the lower part of the road, which is a 26-foot street section, we know we have to widen it by at least 8 feet to get there. And what does that 8 feet consist of? Well, it's 2 feet of what is essentially drainage. It's 2 10-foot travel lanes, which is the current condition. It's a 4-foot pedestrian lane. It's the guardrail, and then we also have to have a flat area behind the guardrail. We've gone to a 4-foot pedestrian type of lane as a shared facility. This doesn't get a huge amount of traffic. We know it's a 10 to 12% slope currently, not real ideal for pedestrians. And one thing to point out here is, Windsong was designed as a residential collector. It's less than 10% grade, more like less than 8% grade, has sidewalks on both sides. So when this project was approved in 2002, Windsong was built with a signal and as the main pedestrian connection into the mesa. When we look at the current condition for the low part, essentially we're at a 38-foot street section. We've got 2 feet of drainage, another 2-foot shoulder, 11-foot travel lane, 2 of them, 5-foot bike lane, another gutter over here, 5-foot sidewalk, and then we need all the room for the guardrail that's not even included in that. So again, I just hate to be a broken record about this whole, can we versus should we do it? This is a great street section. I love it. I ride my bike all the time, and I am a huge proponent of bike lanes, but we also have to take existing factors into consideration and understand that we're in the foothills on a road that is very substandard currently and substandard from a geotechnical standpoint. Does it really make sense in this current situation to come out here and go to a 40-foot wide street section? We're just really contending that that's probably not the best idea. This is basically the lower portion of the road. It would have a guardrail down here, and again, the 26-foot street section. Looking, here, and this would be the hinge point. So really, we're talking about half of the road having a reduced pedestrian facility. We're still fixing the intersection. We're still doing the crossing. We're still fixing the hairpin. We're doing the vast majority of this condition. And with that, I'll turn it over to Heath talk about.
Members of the commission, Heath Clark, 251 East Front Street, working with the applicant. It's good to see everybody in person. I'll wrap this up quickly and just wanted to make a few comments about where we stand and procedurally where we would go. As Mark mentioned, we believe that the 2018 ACHD action should at a minimum be clarified, given that the actual outcome of it is this 36 plus feet of improvements against a hillside. Now, the commission is looking at this. It's a modification of prior action. I think it would be instructive also to think about the standards that are applicable for waivers of policy. And as Mark has described, this is very much a parcel that is unusual in size, shape, location, or physical conditions, and such that it would, modification or waiver would not, in our opinion, be injurious to anyone. In fact, what we believe is that this would be more appropriate from a public maintenance perspective moving forward, given the type of modifications that would be required to make it a 36-foot set of improvements. So in terms of next steps, what we would ask the commission to do would be to allow us to move forward with the north half of Starview Drive with the 30-foot section that's been described. The south half with the 26-foot section that's been described. And again, that has a bike and ped lane on its entirety. The remainder of the 2018 ACHD action would remain. Those are the elements 2 through 5. And in order to make that a reality, let's see if I can get the mouse to move here for me. It does not like the white. There we go. There we go. Make that a reality. As Christy mentioned, there's detailed engineering that needs to be done as a result, and this is typical that the detailed engineering would be done once there's an approval. So we would ask, if the commission is in favor of this, that we be instructed to work with ACHD staff to identify those detailed engineering drawings. We are mindful of the improvement agreement and the timing and the renewal process that's provided there, and appreciate staff's comments there, and we will follow that agreement. As Mark mentioned, one thing that we would like to explore is the possibility of cost share associated with addressing the global slope instability that Mr. Cram identified. And then again, we would be following policy for bonding improvements for future phases. And that's just a response to some of the comments in the staff report. But the real important item here is that we are asking for the modification of the two northern upper half and lower half as identified in our application. So with that, we'd be happy to answer questions or revisit on rebuttal.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Mr. President, I do.
Yes.
Mark, I have several questions, and forgive me if I don't succinctly ask them, because this is all new to me, but I'm just curious, why wasn't a geotechnical study done earlier than you shared with us?
It's a great question. I didn't specifically work on this, but I've been in this position on other projects before, and I'm not saying it's the right way to do things, but when going into a hearing where you're not sure exactly what the result of that hearing is, to go and do all the studies and fully design something, not knowing how something's going to turn out, it's just typically not done. It's not been required by staff to go to that level at ACHD or Boise City without some sort of certainty on what that condition is going to be. In hindsight, more information should have been gathered here by the applicant for sure, and more analysis of what they were agreeing to, I think would have been prudent. Clearly, in their models that showed, they believed, based on some of the information they had at the time, it was more like an 8-foot wall. We know that that's not the case. We know it's more than double that, almost triple that. And so it would have been nice to have that information at the time, and I'm sure it would have been a much different hearing in 2018 had they had that information and really knew what they were agreeing to at the time.
Mark, follow-up question. So why wasn't the road built with sidewalks and all of those things that were agreed upon earlier?
Another great question. So this road, as best we can tell, was first graded in by one of the Harris family to get up to their house up on the hill there. This was maybe back in the 1950s. It became part of the Warm Springs Mesa maybe sometime into the 70s. So this road goes back over 50 years. ACHD really didn't have street sections at that time or any sort of requirements for sidewalks or drainage or anything really. So it was adopted by ACHD sort of going way back. And so it would definitely be a substandard road and probably not permitted today. So you know, we know we're trying to improve it, and what we're proposing is a major improvement on an existing, what is quite a deficient road. Are we going to bring it perfectly in line with all of the street standards of ACHD in Boise? Again, I'm suggesting to the commission that this is probably not the ideal candidate to do that. It's not the ideal slope situation, hillside situation, geotechnical situation. If those things didn't exist, then absolutely all for it. But the reality is that, as Mr. Cram pointed out, the stability of this slope is showing, you know, failure in a seismic. Fortunately, it didn't fall off in that earthquake we had last year or 2 years ago, but we certainly know that it's not in a good situation.
So if the road was, you know, obviously not ideal, but it was already built and in that sort of bit, why is there, and obviously you bought the property and have developed a lot of plots and made money off of these developments, why would you be pursuing a cost share with ACHD?
I think part of it, I mean, going back to the original 2002 condition, there was cost share as part of this. I wasn't involved in 2018 as far as why the cost share was taken out at that point, but there was initially cost share for ACHD in the Warm Springs intersection. You know, part of this is, you know, we've identified the global stability issue. We know that if we were to do these piles, you know, just for the wall and for the widening, they certainly wouldn't be 50, 60 feet long, which is probably what they would end up being to address the global stability issue. We don't believe that's a massive part of the cost of this whole thing, but we do think since it is a share, a benefit to the whole Mesa and to ACHD to have this condition remedied, that we think it would be fair that ACHD participate in that.
And then last question, with the hairpin turn itself, that seems pretty dangerous in addition to all the other factors. I'm curious, why wasn't, you know, are there any proposed solutions or challenges related to alleviating the degree of that hairpin turn and making that a little bit easier to navigate?
Yeah, and I don't want to downplay what we are doing to that hairpin turn. Right now, for everybody that's driven on it, they know it is a very sharp turn on a very steep road, and by doing what we're doing, you know, it's a massive cut on that slope that's basically a 15, 20 foot tall slope up against the outside of that turn. And so we'll have to excavate out a huge amount of dirt, rocks, there's vegetation in there, to basically cut all the way back to this existing access gravel road. So this doesn't show the grading plan around the turn, but it's really a massive undertaking to fix this hairpin turn. And along with fixing the hairpin turn, that means also doing a lot of drainage improvements in this area, utility improvements. All of those things come along with it that were built, you know, back when the Mesa was built, and we will be improving what's out there on our dime.
Mark, has the city of Boise already approved those last remaining lots and developments?
So there's 2 more phases, as Christy pointed out. There's about 50 lots. Subdivisions 8 and 9 have been recorded. Subdivision 10 has been approved from an engineering standpoint, and we've pre-conned subdivision 10, and we're under construction on some subdivision 10 right now. So Christy made the point of asking that whatever be built and we not be allowed to bond for the next phases. If commission wanted to consider going that route, we know whatever we do from tonight, we're going to have to update our engineering, either a full total update, or hopefully there's some sort of solution in between, go to a 40-foot road and do nothing that seems to make rational sense to everybody. So we do feel hopefully some sort of update is in order. That needs to get approved. We know that we shouldn't be out there building this in the middle of winter or the spring rainy season. So this really does need to be kind of a seasonal job. So there are a lot of limitations on the construction timing out there. If the commission felt like they wanted to limit our ability to post a bond or continue to have a bond posted for future phases, I would just ask that maybe the last phase be held up. We're already under construction on subdivision 10 out there, so to kind of pull the rug out from under us in the middle of that one would, that would be unfortunate. And we are following policy, and we've posted the surety, so we understand that we moved forward at risk, and we understand that it's your guys' prerogative to change or not change the condition tonight. And if you don't change the condition, then we're prepared to move forward. We're not trying to escape an obligation. We're here earnestly to tell you that based on what we've seen, we think that there's a better solution, a more of a compromised solution to get the important safety things done, to get a pedestrian facility done that's short of going to a 40-foot wide road on the side of a 1-to-1 hill. It's just not good common sense.
Thanks, Mark. That's all I have.
Okay.
Commission, any other comments or questions?
Mr. President, I have a couple of questions. Mark, based on the presentation information, I get the impression that you're saying that the truss wall that you're proposing is significantly more expensive than an ordinary reinforced earth wall. Is that correct?
Typically, it would be more expensive. In this case, they start to become comparable just given the amount of excavation and confined space to do the reinforced earth wall.
So in this case, it might be comparable cost. Okay.
Yeah.
Then it seems then also based on what you've shown that if that sort of wall is more stable, well, let me go back and ask a preliminary question. Does the original agreement for the construction of this road dictate the type of wall that has to be built?
No, and no wall was ever designed as part of the condition.
Well, but a wall was anticipated, was it not?
Correct.
And there was no specification that had to be a certain type of wall.
Right.
Just had to be something adequate for the circumstances.
Yep.
So the roadway section that was agreed upon, that could be done with a different kind of wall. It actually could be, you could choose between various options that are available. So you could do this kind of a truss wall or some other kind of wall that involved piles or what have you, so long as it was adequate to the conditions,
Yep.
correct? Okay. And so you could do any of those with the section that's been agreed upon. You simply say, we'd like to use this other kind of wall, and we'd like to do a narrower section. Right. That's essentially the gist of your
Yes.
request. Okay. Okay, I think that's all I have.
Commission, any other questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, before we get started with testimony from the Neighborhood Association and others, I just wanted to clarify a couple of things that Mr. Tate brought up. So I did send an email to you last week, also to the development team and the Neighborhood Association, where I kind of spelled out what a street section is. And Mr. Tate and his engineers are very familiar with how we describe street sections. So if you're building a new local street or a new collector, in our staff reports, we might require standard local street is a 33-foot street section, back of curb to back of curb. And then we always describe the sidewalks separately. Because on certain roadway classifications, some sidewalks can be 5 feet wide, some have to be 7 feet wide. So we don't use those terms interchangeably. And as I mentioned in my presentation, the real issue here may be the street section. Yep, we're pretty close to 2018, but what they're proposing is to eliminate that sidewalk, and we don't include the sidewalk when we're describing a street section. That's always the and or the other. And I did want to add again, the 2018 conditions just say that construct Starview as a 31-foot street section. We describe what that is, and then we do include 5 feet for sidewalks. So again, I think this just comes down to interpretation. This is standard for what we require and how we report improvements for development. And then just, to clarify again, Mr. Tate mentioned that what they agreed to in 2018, and again, it's what we agreed to. They came to us with a proposal, and the commission agreed with that proposal, which is what we have today. So,
Thank you.
Mr. President, Donna Burns is here to speak on behalf of the Warm Springs Neighborhood Association.
And I was just going to ask for Donna to come on up. If you'd give your name and your address.
Commissioners, that better? My name is Donna Burns, 2241 Ridgeview Way in Boise, Idaho, and I am president of the Warm Springs Mesa Neighborhood Association. The Warm Springs Mesa neighborhood is residential, and it's located on a foothill that overlooks the green belt and the Boise River. We're one if probably the only neighborhood that can claim that. We connect those two entities together. We're growing, and we're surrounded by more and more subdivisions and commercial properties along Warm Springs Avenue and Barber Valley. Starview Drive provides access to the eastern slope of the neighborhood. Now, today we would all agree that Starview is deficient roadway and would never be constructed with such a steep slope and narrow lanes today. The safety of the road as it exists today is a major concern for the residents of the Mesa, even the school buses that now use that road, to access Bone Crossing, Timberline High School, East Junior High School, Park Center and Barber Station Shopping, I-84, and many, many more entities. And where do I click to move my slide? Help, help. Where am I? Oh. Just click.
Oops.
Oh. Okay, click too many. I'm sorry. How do I go back? Scroll. As I've mentioned, much has changed in the area surrounding the Mesa even since the 2018 DA modifications were approved. Many driving in that area now wouldn't even recognize it even if they'd been away for a few months. It's changed that much in such a short amount of time. This includes improvements to the green belt, making a growing number of those amenities that I mentioned earlier very accessible. Many residents are hiking and biking to access those amenities, and we believe that mode of transportation will only increase as the final plats are developed. In addition, many hikers and bikers using Starview are from Barber Valley and other places in the Mesa, and see Starview as a great training background, and that even includes the track team from East Junior High School. It's paramount to the neighborhood board that we represent the whole neighborhood's views on M3's proposals modifications to the 2018 plan. So we did a survey, and you all have a copy of the whole survey in your packet. Now, I must clarify, this survey was taken prior to M3's proposal, which is presented to us today. So this information is based on that. However, that data does still reflect the views of the Warm Springs Mesa neighborhood. And we want to thank M3 for hearing us at our neighborhood meeting in December of 2020 and listening to our concerns. The modifications proposed at the December 2020 neighborhood meeting, as has been mentioned, eliminated a bike ped passageway on parts of the roadway, thus prompting the questions from the survey. We had 141 responders to our survey out of approximately 480 residents. We felt that was an extremely good feedback. 75% of those responders travel Starview by car, 20% by bike or hiking. 85% of those responders strongly agreed that reducing or eliminating the widening of the road, the bike lane, or the sidewalk proposed by M3's modifications would greatly impact their families. When asked to prioritize what they felt were the 5 main issues that were presented in Starview's reconstruction, they unanimously said that they wanted a roadway that would accommodate vehicles, bicyclists, and pedestrians all at the same time. Now, here we are now, and I got to tell a story on myself. You see the N on the word now? Freud would have laughed tremendously at this and called it a Freudian slip. As I'm practicing to present to you tonight, I noticed that I had left the N off of now, making that this is where we are. Ow! And sometimes that's how we feel, is kind of caught in the middle between all that's going on. But anyway, here is a photograph of the 22-foot wide section of Starview Drive, the main issue in our conversations today. We call it the pinch point. You can see the two vehicles can pass each other, but there is definitely no room for a pedestrian or a biker coming down the hill. It is my understanding that the downhill side, the left lane in our photograph, would be accessible to bikers. So that bikers would be using the uphill side or the sidewalk area. This photograph demonstrates a pedestrian and how it would look between the vehicles, and obviously there's no room for somebody to be walking or biking on that particular part of the road. We've heard many stories from neighborhood people. They have a huge sense of uneasiness on the roadway as it exists today. Many drivers mentioned that they actually will stop and allow a biker or a pedestrian who's coming up the hill to continue up the hill until there is clear passage, and then they will pass that person very carefully. We also want to point out that vehicles now are larger, they're wider than ever before, and we expect that a lot of commercial vehicles will be using this road, trucks pulling trailers, which is increasing the danger to any pedestrian or biker that will be on that road. All of this necessitates even more the creation of a safe space for all on that particular roadway. I do also want to point out that if you look across on this picture, the fire station is just down the road from the buildings on the left of the picture. There is a cut through from Park Center Bridge, which you can see down below, which allows access to Warm Springs Avenue and Starview. We are extremely in danger of fire, as the Table Rock fire of a few years ago exemplified. Closure of Starview Road eliminates access for fire vehicles, emergency vehicles. They will then have to go the full perimeter on Warm Springs Avenue, which may be an evacuation point. So that is one issue that concerns us greatly, is evacuation issues in time of an emergency. Here's our position. We have to turn to you, the experts. Technical studies of Starview stability by M3 and CHD vary greatly. M3 uses the term extreme engineering, and ACHD has not commented on pros and cons of M3's proposal. Kind of leaves us and the neighborhood association and the residents of the neighborhood in limbo as to know which is the more appropriate path to take. Both plans provide increased vehicle lanes. Both plans address drainage issues. Both plans now provide safety for pedestrians and bicyclists. We need a roadway that accommodates multiple users simultaneously. We need a road that preserves the sewer system, which serves a major part of the mesa, that provides safe space for pedestrians and bikers on the uphill side, that requires as little intrusion into the structure of the hillside as possible, that makes the intersection of Starview and Warm Springs Avenue as safe as possible, decreases the tightness of the hairpin turn at the top of the Starview Drive, that is most fiscally responsible and is sustainable for years to come. We ask, is the decision to be made an either-or decision? Are there best practices to be taken from both proposals that will produce an innovative, cost-effective, and superior product? And given the fact that we have not had the time to resurvey our neighborhood in regards to M3's proposal, again, our survey was based on the original proposal at the neighborhood meeting in December 2020, then we as a neighborhood would stand for the development agreement as it was put together in 2018. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Donna?
That's good.
Yes,
Mr. President, I just have a quick comment.
Comment, yes.
Donna, thank you so much for testifying, and I particularly appreciated you using a survey and sharing those results with us. I think that was a fabulous way to kind of share what the neighborhood wants, loves to see. So I really just appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. That is, in our estimation, the purpose of a neighborhood association, is to speak for the major majority. Obviously, opinions about which plan is best are very diverse on the neighborhood, and so we felt it most important that we represent the majority of folks. And I think a quarter of the people responding was a great response. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We have a number of neighbors that would like to give testimony on this particular item, and I would ask that as you come forward when I call your name, that you would identify yourself, your name and your address, and then you will have 3 minutes. First one will be David, is it Bonine? Benyon, okay. Like I said, I have the distinct honor and privilege of mispronouncing everybody's name.
Thank you. I appreciate very much this opportunity to visit with the staff and the commission.
Your name
And my
address.
name is David Benyon. I live at 2212 South Ridge Point Way, Boise, Idaho. I would like to request that maybe I take a minute over your 3 minutes, and I'll try to keep my comments brief.
Oh, hold on just a second. Do we have other people that have asked to be able to testify through Zoom? Okay, we'll do that. Thank you.
I do very much appreciate this opportunity to address it. I've been a resident of the Warm Springs Mesa since 1972, and I've built and lived in 2 homes. I've participated actively in the neighborhood since the initial failures of the access road Starcrest Drive in 1973. Served as a charter board member of the Warm Springs Mesa Homeowners Association, which was created to address the infrastructure issues of the Mesa. This later evolved into the Warm Springs Neighborhood Association that Donna is president of currently. I'm impressed and very much appreciate the due diligence that the ACH staff has demonstrated in working through the agreed upon issues involving widening and realignment of Starview Drive. I encourage and appreciate ACH Commission's continued support of the staff's recommendations. M3 continues throughout this application to suggest, and in some instances claim, the geotechnical stability issue creates a situation that Starview should not be reconstructed to meet the requirements M3 agreed to in 2018. Similarly, Mr. Tate presented this concern in the December 21 neighborhood Zoom meeting. I find M3's approach to this application for a modification and these questions somewhat confusing, and would like to briefly discuss their claims and my questions. One point, Christie has done a nice job of updating the commission on the status of this job and the people here and the status of the revised drawings. And I appreciate that very much because it's been very hard for the neighborhood to find out about that. And I appreciate it. I'm going to touch on it, but I'll skip over some of that. I find M3's approach to the application for modification in these questions confusing. I will start with a quote from M3's February 17th application for development agreement. This is the summary of M3's presentation from the application section titled Discussion of Engineering Constraints, which was a lengthy section. In short, if Starview Drive were to be improved with all of the facilities identified in 2018, ACHD's actions, parenthesis, that is a description of what those actions are that were just explained by Christie, parenthesis, it would require such extreme engineering costs and ongoing maintenance, parenthesis, while causing potential geotechnical instability, parenthesis, as to render these improvements well outside of the public interest. Question, what is the public interest? Most would agree, particularly the residents on the Mesa, it is to provide safe access for all users. That means you need to have a bike path and a raised sidewalk. That's been clearly discussed, has been clearly collaborated over since 2002. As was negotiated and defined through a collaborative effort working with ACHD, the developer, and all stakeholders in the 2018 development agreement. The cost estimate that was prepared for the purposes of establishing this bond was based on the revised design required by ACHD in a letter dated January the 6th, 2020. Chrissy has touched on what that design was and has just recently become available to the public. The cost estimate and resulting surety bond are for $2,541,000. This is certainly a reasonable investment in Starview when considering the lots are being quickly sold at extremely high prices. There are 21 lots with homes under construction since November of 2020. There's currently 50 homes ready, or lots approximately, as Mr. Tate testified, prepared for construction to be sold. Ultimately, there's 110 lots. I think one has to consider what these lots are selling for. I've not priced one of them, but I've been told and seen advertisements that they're over $500 for $500,000. That's a lot of money for 110 lots. And maybe people can clarify that. This revised design was completed by M3 after ACHD required M3's project team address all comments from a third-party peer review of the M3 initial design. This was a peer review by a firm that ACHD brought in, reputable firm, to take a look at it. M3 has then submitted these revised construction plans for Starview Drive improvements in August of this past year. It is interesting, this set of drawings were prepared by M3's own design team using American Geotechnics to do the technical analysis on the stability and design it. And the final design used micropals and hill fiker technology to stabilize the slope and prevent roadway failure. The revised drawings have engineer stamps by M3 design engineers, appropriately dated and signed by the responsible engineers for the various elements of work, which by Idaho code indicates this design can be constructed and will meet the standard of care for engineering to approximately protect the health and welfare of the public.
Thank you.
At best,
Mr. Ben, you've gone well over the 4 minutes.
thank you. I noticed that there was a good hour earlier for the presenters on the project. Thank you for this opportunity, and I respectfully request that ACHD Commission and reject this application.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your patience.
Are there any questions for Mr. Benyon? Okay, thank you very much. Our next individual to give testimony, David on 2791 South Victory View. I couldn't read your last name. Oh, that was, okay, good. All right. Thank you. Next one, Randy Broche. Thanks for coming. If you could, your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Absolutely. Commissioners, my name is Randy Broche. I reside at 2971 Starview Drive, right at the top of Starview Drive, right where it flattens out. I'll be my observations since I'm located at the top of Starview, especially with the pandemic. My office looks right out onto the street, so I get the privilege of observing traffic, commercial traffic, pedestrians, runners, cyclists, all day use the street. The only thing that I would offer is that based on my empirical observations and many conversations with people up on the Mesa, the need for these facilities are apparent. Many of these of our current neighbors and future neighbors will find years of purpose out of a bike lane and a sidewalk, and to overlook something like that at this point wouldn't be serving the neighbors and future neighbors all that well. So I would say, based on our observations, the plan as stated in the 2018 development agreement appear very appropriate, and many of the conversations I've had with our neighbors support the 2018 development agreement. I have not come across one person yet who has wanted to modify those. So with that, I'm more than happy to work with the commissioners, ACHD staff, the developers, anybody to talk about or share or experience anything that I've seen, because the number of potential conflicts between roadway users up there is increasing on an annual basis. So with that, I just share some observations. With that, I'll stand for any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much. Any questions? All right. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Stacy, who's on Zoom?
So we have Scott Montgomery.
Scott Montgomery, if you could identify yourself by name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Scott Montgomery. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good. I live at 2500 South Mill Point Lane in Boise, Idaho, 83712. My wife and I have owned a property that's right on Starview. We own most of the land on the upper section. We have 1.65 acres that sides up to Starview, and most of that length on the upper reach of the road, which has been talked about. I wasn't going to testify, but the developer has said some things that I don't agree with that I've seen in history. And I just want to make sure that the commission checks these facts. So that's what I'm going to try to do real quickly. Thanks for your time. First of all, I worked with the original engineering company that Homer Wise had hired to study the hill, because he promised in 2002 that he was going to make Starview safe. And as anyone knows, or any geologist knows, it's a big debris field. It's not safe. Does ACHD really want to own this road the way it is? He said he was going to fix it. Well, he brought in an engineering company. They studied it. The engineering company spent lots of time with me. We walked the property all the way down to the road. I showed him where my pins are and what room he had to work, what he'd have to work with all the sandstone and this debris field. We spent a lot of time. So I would ask the commission to get a copy of that report. And if I can find it, I will send it to you. There is a report. Second thing I would like to bring up is that they talk about this hairpin turn, which is, it's a 180. I have a 33-foot motorhome with a Jeep following me. It is a very, very tight turn. And it's just not correct that that road's that way. That was going to be fixed, except that Homer Wise and the developer have decided to develop the properties that was going to be used to straighten the road and to lower it. It wasn't a problem with the Park Center Bridge. It was going to be lowered by the land.
He's come.
And that was at the top of the road. That's now, you should look into that to see what could have been done to fix the road and the hairpin, and also the slope on the road. That was going to be fixed with that. They decided to put lots in there. That's been misrepresented. The third thing I would say is they do own some land. My property goes down to what is a vertical 20 feet is what I call it. That's what they left. Paul Wise, when he originally divvied up the land, which was Homer's father, he left land to fix Starview. They always knew they had to fix what Dallas Harris had come up with, and he left property. You just need to go out and look at where the property lines are. They own land. They're saying they don't. That is not correct. So check that out too. And the last thing that I would say is I really do want to make sure that ACHD wants to own this road. Starview has been closed several times because of sandstone falling down onto the road. It happens continuously in the spring. Sandstone is a sedimentary rock that actually breaks apart. We've been watching these giant car-sized boulders on our property over the 20 years all of a sudden crack, and all of a sudden they'll just start rolling. Well, they end up on the road. So you really need to think about your long term and what's going to go on with the citizens with these boulders going down to the road.
Thank you very much. We've gone over the 3 minutes. I know you can't hear the beeper from where you are.
That's good. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
And we appreciate you. Thank you. We've gone through the folks that have signed up to testify. What?
We have one more.
One more.
Yep. Virginia Gillerman.
Virginia Hillerman.
And we have one more after that. We just got one.
All righty. We'd love to hear from you if you'd identify yourself and your name and address, and then you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, ACHD board and staff especially for the work to go into this. I haven't read all the latest documents, and I caught the meeting late, but I do live up on the mesa at 2974 East Hard Rock Drive, Boise 83712. I've been up here for over 25 years, and I've seen the number of people up here as well as in the valley increase exponentially. All of the stuff Donna said about the road, the pinch points, the boulders going down the hill are correct. There's also subsidence every year, such that ACHD has to continually patch over with asphalt small slips on the Starview Road about in the middle near where that pinch point is. That I'm a geologist, and I'm not a geotech engineer, but I've worked a bit on landslides, and it is not a good place to put a road. So I think, first of all, the developer's plans, and I'm not quite sure I've seen the latest from either ACHD or the developer, but the soil nails, the truss wall, all of that seemed somewhat a bit too generic in my professional opinion. And I did have one thought in looking at that a couple days ago that ACHD may want to consider. Starview is going to be extremely expensive to fix to the kind of safe for pedestrians, safe for bikes, safe for cars. There is another possible solution which may inconvenience some people but might be safer and worth at least bringing into the discussion, and that is to make Starview one way and then probably going downhill, and then have the middle entrance to the Mesa Starcrest be one way going in the other direction. That would let you have a nice wide roadway, street section plus a bike lane and pedestrian areas for safe bike and walkways along with the car traffic. Because right now it's just amazing that somebody hasn't got killed on Starview. And as a geologist, I've seen a lot of places where landslides happen when slopes are cut into. There's a sewer line there. If that gets ruptured, you get water drainage, that slope could be gone in a matter of hours. And constructing any kind of, even a truss wall or soil bolts is going to be a tricky business. I think it deserves a lot more study than I've seen in the developer's application. The intent of the 2018 is clearly supported by the residents up here, and I think the issue professionally needs some more work. But I would suggest that you at least think about the one-way street option as possibly preventing problems at a slight inconvenience. Thank you very much, and thanks ACHD staff.
Thank you. And who else do we
We
have?
have John Mooney.
John Mooney. If you'd identify yourself, name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Commissioners, John Mooney, 7153 East Highland Valley Road. On behalf of the Barber Valley Neighborhood Association, the adjacent neighborhood association, I wanted to thank Donna for representing our interests, which is, as the adjacent, we've worked with Mark Tate, the developer, the applicant, on trail connections, and we firmly support the Warm Springs Mesa Neighborhood Association's very balanced approach to this and their position. Obviously, our neighborhood is mostly concerned about the hike-bike connection and how either the development agreement or whatever you come up with tonight plays out. So thank you very much.
Thank you. That's it for those that have signed up. Is there anyone else here in the audience that would like to speak to us on this issue? All right, then the developer again. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'll be quick, and then Heath will come up here and close us out tonight. I just want to thank everybody who testified, and particularly Donna Burns, who's been really incredible working with her neighborhood. I've worked with a lot of neighborhoods, but never somebody that's so engaged and really is great at what she's doing. A couple of things that came up in her testimony, as she pointed out, the survey that she did was after our neighborhood meeting, and as she pointed out, as the #1 priority for all of the residents was to have a safe road that works for vehicles and pedestrians. We heard that loud and clear at our neighborhood meeting. We spent an extra month and a half beyond when we thought we would submit our application to basically redesign the entire bottom half of what we were proposing here today. We do feel like it's a good alternative compromise position that we've spent a lot of time developing to meet those concerns of the neighborhood and understand that that pedestrian connection is critical, even though it is a very steep slope and Windsong's been designed for pedestrians. We did think it was important and are listening to the neighborhood, and just want to really point that out. Also, she mentioned fire access and emergency access. One other thing to point out is if we went with a bigger road, bigger wall, that is a longer construction time frame. And Starview Road, whether you go with our suggestion here tonight or leave the condition as is, will have to be closed during construction. Warm Springs Avenue will have to be closed for sections of time during construction. As multiple people just pointed out, sandstone, boulders, very unsafe. We can't have people traveling below it during that time frame. Mr. Montgomery pointed out the property line is not the very edge of the road, and I wasn't trying to claim that it was. It is up the hill, maybe 20 feet or so, but that just, given the almost vertical slope on the side, it just isn't enough room to solve the problem on the uphill side. And then finally, on Virginia's comments as far as going to one way or something like that, that would certainly be up to you guys. I know emergency access is really critical, and I've talked to Tom and Donna Burns at length about it up there, particularly with the fire that happened in the area, and that would be a whole nother discussion. So that's not something that we're trying to advocate for here. I think it can be safely done to add pedestrian facilities and vehicles, and I think that's what we're going for. And Heath will talk about the conditions.
Heath Clark, 251 East Front Street in Boise. Just real quickly, there's really no question that these improvements are needed. Everyone's on the same page there. Everyone has the best of intentions. We appreciate everyone's input, but one thing I think that we need to be focused on is what is the appropriate standard. What are we considering here? There's been a lot of talk about whether the engineering can work, or if engineering has been submitted, and that's the be-all, end-all in this. But what we've been talking about here since 2002 is what are the alternative standards, the waiver of policy that should be applicable to this property. And I mentioned this a little bit before, but I really want to emphasize it. It's not a question of whether this can work. You need to look at those 4 standards that you have for waivers of policy. The question of whether the property is unusual in size or shape, whether what we're proposing is injurious to the public health and safety and welfare, whether the request is unique, and whether the request will contravene the overall intent and effect of the policy manual. That's really what we're talking about here if we're going to adjust these standards. And I know my time's up, so I just want to say that we think we have made a showing on each of those factors, and we would ask the commission to direct us to continue to work with staff with the flexibility that we've asked for in this modified condition to address what I think you're hearing from the association is an intent to try to get to the best outcome here. We think that the strict application of the 2018 standards with its very wide road section just isn't the best outcome for the public. So with that, happy to answer any follow-ups.
Thank you, Heath. Any follow-up questions for Heath or?
Yeah, Mr. President, if I could, Heath, let's go back to those conditions that you were just talking about a second ago, the criteria for deciding. Now, where does that come from?
It's from your policy manual. It's 7104.
So let's go through those one by one. What's the first condition, the first criteria?
Whether it's unusual in size, shape, and location, the property.
Okay. We've got a roadway that was constructed kind of in a substandard way back, 70, 80 years ago, right? It was subsequently paved, and it's been used for 50 years or so since then, right? Mm-hmm. We have those sorts of things in lots of places, don't we?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner McKinney, I don't know that we do have them in lots of places where we have not just a road up against a hillside, But we have a hillside that is, as Mr. Cram testified, is just barely above your stability standards.
Okay.
And also has a sewer pipe within it that would have to be excavated around in order to expand it to the type of width that we're talking
Sure,
about here.
but I'm thinking, for example, if you drive up to Bogus Basin, lots of places that have that kind of situation, aren't there? So this sort of thing does exist. And we're not really dealing with a parcel of land, are we? This isn't a land parcel question. So the parcel of an unusual shape, that really doesn't apply here very easily, does it? What's the next criteria?
Next criteria is whether it's injurious to the public safety.
Okay. So is it your position that building the road according to the 2018 agreement would be injurious to public safety?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner McKinney, the question there, I think, is more, I would focus more on the long-term elements of, well, first of all, the construction elements, where we believe that there's, with all the additional excavation from the public interest, that it could create a higher possibility of a slide.
Okay, so
And
you're talking about the possibility of geotechnical slope failure.
Correct.
But in talking earlier, it was my understanding that it was acknowledged that the type of reinforcing wall was not specified, and that the truss wall or some other type of wall using rock anchors or the like could be built in this location and wouldn't have that, because that's what your M3's geotechnical modeling showed, didn't it? That this kind of a rock anchor wall would be stable?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner McKinney, I'm not the best person to speak to that. We do have concerns that the excavation around the sewer pipe could cause all sorts of...
Sure, but if you built this truss wall, that wouldn't involve excavation around the sewer pipe, would it?
Commissioner McKinney, I think Mr. Tate might be in a better position to answer that.
Then, sure, and I'll be happy to ask. Let's go then to the third criteria that you mentioned. What is the third criteria?
Whether the request is unique.
Okay. So, and this gets to whether the request that you're making as the applicant is unique from our standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
And your request is to modify the originally agreed upon roadway section to something less. And I don't know, from my standpoint, we get those kinds of requests all the time. Every location is unique by definition, but I'm not sure that's what this criteria is about.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
Commissioner McKinney, no, I think it is unique given the confluence of factors that are addressed here. You have the old road that went in at a time that, prior to ACHD standards. We have the confluence of hillside instability. We have the sewer pipe. All of these things make this very unique.
Okay. Well, I mean, Ada County certainly has a lot of roads that were built a long time ago that don't meet current standards, so that doesn't make this situation unique. And we've discussed the slope issues. In any case, I guess as I look at these criteria, I don't necessarily see it the way, and there were just those three, correct?
Four.
Oh, is there a fourth one? What's the fourth one?
Fourth one is whether the request will contravene the overall intent and effect of the policy manual.
So, so your request is to do something that was different than what was agreed upon originally, right?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner McKinney, the request is to modify the 2018 action in light of subsequent studies. And those subsequent studies showed just the enormity of what was actually approved in 2018. And we think that what we're proposing is an appropriate compromise.
But would it be fair to say that the studies that you've done show that what was agreed upon in 2018 is challenging, but not that it can't be done?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner McKinney, I think that's probably accurate, yep.
Okay. All right, thanks. That's all the questions I have.
Thanks.
Commissioners, any other questions at all?
President Goldthorpe, are we going to hear back again from Christy to address anything that's been brought up or not?
If you'd like her to, you bet.
Well, I don't know if she feels she needs to add
She's up and she has a smile on her face.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Ray. I don't have any other anything else to add, but I'll stand for any more questions if you have some.
Okay, no, we've got a lot of input and a lot of folks have joined us tonight, and I just wanted to make sure that you had everything you wanted out there. So
I
thank you,
appreciate that.
Christy.
Thank you. We've heard from everyone who signed up, and so I will go ahead and close the hearing now, and the issue is properly before the commission for discussion and a motion.
Who wants to go first?
Well, I'll just make a brief comment, Mr. President. I appreciated Commissioner McKinney's questions. I think they kind of went to the point. I don't think I've ever heard of a waiver request under Section 7104 to waive something that a party's already agreed to. And I assume that the request wasn't made and denied whatever years ago. The party made a calculated decision in order to move forward on a development. It was a calculated risk, and the parties have admitted that. The discussions can continue. I think staff report is well supported, and I see no reason why we should back away from the position that the staff has taken.
Is that a motion?
Well, I want to hear from everyone else.
Does everybody else wish to say something?
Mr. President?
Yes.
I just think getting rid of the opportunity to have a sidewalk and a lot of the other, I give lots of props to all the folks that testified today. I thank you for my fellow commissioners for asking such great questions. I just don't think that removing a sidewalk is an acceptable appeal. And so as somebody that used to live in the East End and would walk up Shaw Mountain Drive or Road, there's a lot of roads that are like that and that are very dangerous for pedestrians and bicyclists, for kids, for all folks, and drivers. And so I definitely don't feel like I would be supporting the staff's decision as well.
Thank you.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I just want to say a thank you to everyone that's joined us tonight. Donna, with her survey up in the Mesa, I think that was just extraordinary, and I think they gleaned a lot of good insight there. I think one thing we can all agree on is that safety for all users is paramount: motorists, cyclists, pedestrians. And with that in mind, however, I really don't see any compelling reason to not support the previously approved DA. The site conditions haven't changed. And so with those thoughts in mind, I would stand in support of the staff recommendation as well going forward.
Any other comments, Dave?
Yeah, I think, and I think based on the testimony and the information given by the applicant, it looks like essentially what we have here is an agreement that was reached with the applicant. When they looked more deeply into the situation, they had a greater appreciation of the complexities and costs, but what they agreed to do can be done, and I think it should be done. And since they've agreed to do it, I don't see any reason why we should really any justification to back away from that agreement. And really, in a situation like this, I know this is a request for a modification, but when there are decisions in the past that we review, I kind of think in terms of the way an appeals court looks at like an appeal in a court case where, they look, okay, what was done below? Was there a clear error made here? Is there something that was clearly erroneous in the prior decision? And if there isn't, we have to say, we go with that decision, even though if you poll 2 or 3 geotechnical engineers, they might come up with 2 or 3 different opinions about how to go about this and about the risks and concerns associated with it. And I appreciate those. I'm a civil engineer myself. I understand, some of the issues of geotechnical engineering. So I know what's going on with and I've worked with reinforced earth walls before. In any case, notwithstanding that, I think we have a situation here that where what has been agreed to be done can be done, and I think we should push forward with that. And so I would be willing to make a motion that we deny the request to modify the development agreement for Starview Drive as presented in the staff report.
Is there a second?
I'll second that. I think staff also asked for a clarification. Turning to that page.
Oh, you're right. Christy, do we have that slide? What are we clarifying? We're simply clarifying that it has to be done.
Has to be done before the last.
Before the plats are approved. Is that what happens?
The plats are approved. Final plats.
Or filed.
Just a second.
Sorry to put you on the spot like this.
No worries. It doesn't want to get us back to that slide, so we'll do it this way.
Okay. All right, so I move that we deny the applicant's request and clarify that all the improvements to Starview Drive are required to be constructed prior to the final plat approval of any future phases.
All right.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. We'll go to our next item now, item number 3, which has to do with the awarding of a professional service agreement for Maple Grove Road, Amity Road to Victory Road, the number of lanes, and this is an administrative
Stacy?
approval.
Yes.
Don't bring it up.
Okay.
Commissioner Goldthorpe, Commissioners, good evening. I'm Bruce Wall, I'm the Director of the Ada County Highway District. I had planned to present a review with you all on the 24 March Commission report, where I presented a Director's report regarding this issue. In the absence of time, I've asked Stacy not to bring that up. And so I'll very quickly summarize why this is in front of you. On that day, 24 March, I made the recommendation to the Commission, based on the discussions that were going on, that the staff be allowed to pursue a dual design on this project, both a 3-lane and a 5-lane, to be able to provide that to the public, to give them the opportunity, and all players the opportunity to look side by side what this would look like. When I made that recommendation, the Commission was very supportive. Thought it was a great idea, and we moved forward. I did caution the Commission that we wanted to get this in front of you in April, because it continues to push that project back. In my update to you earlier, I outlined the design phase and the concept phase and construction phase on this. But at the end of the day, we believe, as you've directed us, that this provides the public with as I've heard in the past, cards all face up on what what this could look like on both sides. We know there are 2 major government players in this, of course, other than the Ada County Highway District, and that's Ada County and Boise. As you all know, Boise initially, in their integrated 5-year work plan, recommended the 5-lane. They subsequently changed that, and we've reflected that with you. Ada County has continued to require this of the Commission to be a 5-lane. So we know what the players are and such. It's now time to move forward, in our opinion as a staff, to put this forward. Let's get it out in the public. Let's do the design. We'll be back to you multiple times. There is, in this design process, there's a lot of public communications, public outreach, so that at the end of the day, you will see exactly what the public does. Now, as I also cautioned you that this was going to cost a little bit more, it costs about $300,000 more, give or take $1 or $2, and that's in the packet in front of you. So I would ask that the Commission approve this so that the staff can move forward with your 24 March direction. I'll stand for any questions.
Are there any questions for the Director?
Just a comment, if I may.
Sure.
So to look at 2 options, present it to the public and get input we're looking at $300,000 more for designing this project.
About that, yes, sir.
Okay. That's kind of a hefty price tag. And I wonder if in future we ought to be a little bit more, I don't know, choosy about when we go down this kind of a route, as opposed to using the information we have to make decisions, based on the best expertise about what is needed. Because that's kind of a, $300,000. That's not pocket change even for this agency. So,
Mr. President, is there someone from the city of Boise who is available to speak?
I see that Bree is on the Zoom, but she did not request to speak.
Is Karen Gallagher on?
There was a Karen, but I don't know. Nobody has identified as the city of Boise wanting to speak.
Yeah.
I'll make a
so,
comment. I've had a number of conversations.
She just said she's available.
Okay.
So if I'd like to make a comment too after you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. President.
I've had a number of conversations with folks from the city, from the community, from the neighborhoods. Was involved in a neighborhood association meeting where unfortunately only 5 or 6 people showed, and and I was one. And both 3 and 5 lanes have been asked for. My conversation with one of the folks at the city was that the city would like to see Orchard, that's being constructed right now, be the main thoroughfare that traffic is directed to from the neighborhoods to the south. That'll be a little hard the way Lake Hazel is designed right now. And it's something that's in the quite distant future. Otherwise, I would agree completely that what Commissioner McKinney has said about the unusual nature of this and the extra expense. In fact, I would be kind of hypocritical if I didn't let you know how much I made fun of all the additional costs that were involved in our dog bone roundabout when I was first elected. So I hate that. But in this particular case, it's been asked for by our biggest partner as well as the neighbors. So I have, based on that solely, it doesn't matter a hill of beans that it's in my district, that I'm okay with spending the extra money.
So, Mr. President and Commissioner McKinney, I think our last discussion really illustrated how critical it is to gather as much input from neighbors, from cities, from various sources before deciding what the scope of a design is. And it's not just about whether we have a 3-lane or 5-lane on a standard design. There's descriptions in here that talk about crossings, has made no reference even to roundabouts or about speed management. And I have had conversations with Councilmember Clegg about a concern that we are skipping an opportunity before more development comes in to put in a roundabout on that corridor, because it works in other areas, but it's not in this scope. And that's mostly because this scope hasn't been developed from input from the neighborhood or from the city. I know the reason why it's in front of us is because it got put in basically into a system where we just kept moving these through and programmed capital improvement, CIP, impact fee projects. The demand, Commissioner Goldthorpe's right, demand isn't there yet. This is a future projection that way down the road we're going to need some sort of capacity. But I think it's absolutely critical, at the very least, that we sit down and have conversations with our partners. I was pleased that the director suggested that we were going to consider a couple of options, 3, 5-lane options, but I didn't realize it would just be limited to that and that all the other design features of the original scope didn't change. I also didn't realize that this would occur before we'd even have a conversation with the city of Boise. And the request for our conversation with our colleagues in the city of Boise is to get those conversations started. I I don't like to spend $300,000 unnecessary. I don't like to spend $800,000 unnecessary to pay for a design. And I've learned, unless you inject early in the process, before designs are developed, you're kind of stuck with it. And then you start moving along, and it's like, well, we've already paid for it. So all these other options that might be on the table. We heard from a neighborhood today where they had all kinds of interesting ideas. And I'm sure they've been sharing with developers and with ACHD for 20, 30 years. We haven't done this yet on Maple Grove, and I think they deserve that. I think the city of Boise deserves it. I think the taxpayers deserve that we get the scope right. And if the scope includes roundabouts, the scope includes phasing, the scope includes other features that might be critical for, just like we do for a complete street in other parts of our city, let's wait and deal with it. There's no huge rush to do this now, because once we paid the $800,000, we're going to think we're limited. We basically, instead of A to Z as options that might be fleshed out through that input, we have A and B. That's it. And so I would suggest we wait until after we meet with the city of Boise. Let's have the conversation about their vision for those neighborhoods. They're the land use agency. They're the ones who understand, have a vision for what, and that's a vision that is reflective of the new leadership at the city of Boise. And I think before we spend the taxpayers' dollars on a design that we're going to then be stuck with, or design options, even if there's just only two, I think we owe it to the taxpayers that we wait until we have those conversations first. And I would like the city of Boise, because I was given an indication that they would like to speak. Karen Gallagher did call me and she said, thank you, I appreciated you putting this on the regular agenda, and I told her why, and she said thank you, and yes, I would be available to speak. And so I'm a little surprised that she is not on the call, so I would ask that we hear from someone from the city of Boise.
Before I give this to the director, I must say, I think we've all, at least most of us, have witnessed this commission at this phase of a design, of scope, with this amount of concern that there is for the safety involved for all modes of transportation, for either design that gets coughed up on this particular stretch of road. It would be incredibly embarrassing for all of us, especially staff, if those considerations, having been heard from more than one of us, were not addressed in this particular request for design and contract. So I don't know that there's any problem with what you're concerned about, because it's going to come back exactly that way. Bruce?
Now, Mr. President, I'd like to address Commissioner Hansen's comments. As I referred to this process in front of the Commission in the Director's Report on 24 March, I used the term the transparency of the design process. I think Commissioner Hansen, and very respectfully, understands that this is the starting point. That's all it is. It's a starting point, and it provides the opportunity for the public, for elected officials, our partners across the board, to continue to make those inputs that the design process will continue to emerge. It happens all the time. Most recently, it happened very frequently in the Meridian project, where the concepts of, can we make the crossings a little safer? Can we move this design over this? The answer was absolutely. And now you have today a construction plan that it does incorporate all those, and I think the Commission has been incredibly successful in ensuring that those actions are done. As I said earlier, this is a starting point. I've also had discussions with staff members of Boise, and I'm under no uncertainty that I pretty have a good idea of what they're going to say, because they've said it publicly and they've said it in writing to the Commission. And so, again, we're starting. This is the process. The Commission asked me to come back in April with this concept, and so my request is, let's move forward, let's start and engage and incorporate all the different designs, and we'll come back with you to let you know what was said, what was done, what we think we can do, what we can't do. And, you know, again, from a personal perspective, I don't see any plus in waiting for a discussion of what we know we already has been formally told to the commission as to what Boise's perspective is, what Ada County's perspective is. Now it's time to go see the people.
Mr. Chairman, I would respectfully disagree and say that does not include, because we are specifically asking the contractor to propose specific deliverables, and those deliverables are defined in this, and they were not significantly changed from the previous one. And I understand why, because you want to constrain, and so the contractor will come forward and those proposals won't be included because we did not include them in the scope. I think there needs to be input from our partners in developing the scope of a project as big as this, as expensive as this will be, and as impactful that it will be long beyond our lives. I don't see the rush. I don't see why we have to rush into this in this immediate time frame. We can do this next year. We can do this at another time after we've gathered more input and come up with a less generic description of the scope for this kind of work. I think the scope has to contain the flexibility that the director has described. It does not.
Mr. President, again, respectfully disagreeing with Commissioner Hanson. Again, the idea of all these designs is the starting point. And yes, we have already taken into account a lot of the different perspectives that have presently put forth. But part of that design process is the public engagement. And the public, at that point, will register their recommendations across the board, and you will be the deciding judge and jury as to what that is. Now, Commissioner Hanson's comment about we can put this off till another year or two. No, you can't. And the reason you can't do that is called an integrated 5-year work plan, where the projects that are aligned to this specific project are also in those phases. So you delay this one, to Commissioner Hanson's comment, let's push back a year or two, you've just impacted the rest of the series. It's a domino effect, and you all know that across the board. So have I missed anything on this? The expert is right here. So again, Commissioners, I respectfully ask that you move forward and allow us to start the start.
Dave, Alexis, Mary, any comments?
Mr. President, I have a couple questions.
Sure.
So Director Wong, I understand the whole piece about having a conversation and a starting point and opening the opportunities for our neighbors and our neighborhoods to have more specific ideas. Have agreements like this, and it's written similarly to this, have they led to, through the processes as you've described, have projects that aren't prescriptive in these deliverables, have they been realized in other neighborhoods if the neighborhood wanted them?
There have been changes across the board in all projects. Again, this is a starting point, and neighbors that have been in front of the commission, it's been my experience during my tenure, the commission listens very carefully, and they truly, as witnessed today, they truly, in the past and currently, are very directive of staff when it comes down to what the neighborhoods are talking about. And so it's been my experience that, again, this is a starting point. Most likely that both the two comparisons, which again are the transparency of design, are going to look different than what the initial concepts may be when it comes to the commission for their final decision. The public will take care of that.
Director Wong, I think I need a little bit more of a specific answer, because I'm just worried that, and I share some of the worries that have led to this. I'm thankful that we have this opportunity to have this, multiple designs to be considered, because my, guiding light and North Star in all of this, I want to do what's right, and I want to do a good job. I want this project to stand the test of time. And it's hard to do that when we don't have all the information. And so I'm just worried in terms of like the sequence of events that if we have this contract, these are the deliverables, and along the phases, we do get that public input, but maybe it's not part of this bigger, plan that the consultant comes together with. Those details of like a roundabout or what have you aren't truly as fleshed out as those other deliverables that we have prescribed in that contract. Does that make sense? I'm just worried about not having, by being prescriptive in some, but not some of the things that Commissioner Hansen has brought up. Does that put those ideas on a different playing field that makes it harder for us to understand all different options?
My answer to you, Commissioner, would be no, it does not.
Okay.
President Goldthorpe?
Yes.
To Director Wong's point, he is back in front of us now with the direction that we gave. We did it as a commission. We asked him to come back with these 2 plans. And also it is a very salient point that when you can't take these projects that are in the queue and push them off a year, or 2, or 3, just like he said, it's a domino effect. And so it's going to impact several other projects, not just this one. So as he said, this is our starting point. We get this out there, and then we get all that input to come in, and we can still move forward and get, I think, the desired and best outcome, as Alexis was just addressing. So, I think we've got to push go and move forward.
Dave? I'm inclined to agree with what Commissioner May has said. This is the information we directed the staff to come back with, and so I would be in favor of approving this this item.
Steve?
If I can, Mr. President, Commissioners, I'd like to kind of comment on a point that Commissioner Hansen has raised in some anxiety over the level of input. As the directors indicated, this is a starting point. There is within this scope a decent period of time to take that, and I think that it is appropriate to get the city's input. And I think the process starting forward would allow that, and I most certainly think that you can request staff to provide that. And I don't think anybody objects to that. But this is a starting point. And when we get all that input, it's not too late. This is only the very, very beginning of the process for the design. So it isn't just the neighborhood input, it's also our partners. And the city's a big player in this, and I think it'll happen.
Stacy, we have someone from the city of Boise. Would they still like to speak?
Bree, if you want to speak.
Yes, thank you. Mr. President, as Director Wong stated, we did amend our integrated 5-year work plan to indicate our preference for a 3-lane configuration with the preservation of right-of-way for 5. If it is this body's will, we would be amenable to further conversation and to be able to dial down on one design if there are concerns over the additional monies being spent to go for 2. We have a conversation with our 2 leadership bodies in a month, I think. So if there is that opportunity, we would be open to that as well.
Thank you. Well, I think we've talked.
Thank you, Bree. And Mr. President, I just want to say that I think the input from the city would help us to remove some of the prescriptive language in the scope. And I fear that we will come down the road, requests for changes will be made after design, and we'll see that's fine, but much like the roundabout with the slip lane, by the time it got to us, we raised concerns, neighbors raised concerns. We said, that's fine, but it's going to cost a lot of money to change that. I don't want us to get to the point where I like ITD, when they finally got concerns raised on a big project. I mean, that was way down the line. Catch it early. And the early phase is in the prescriptive nature of the scope of work. And as you'll notice, we are developing pedestrian and cyclist level measurements, performance measurements. There's absolutely no reference to that. So we don't know how, and the contractor will not know how going into this to apply that to those measurements that we're still in the process of developing it.
Well,
I just don't want to spend the money this early.
Mr.
And
President.
I'd like it to be freed up and spent on Linder or some of these other roads that we do have a better idea of. The neighborhoods are in a better position.
Mr. President, if I could remind the commission that the scope of work is not prescriptive. It isn't. It's a starting point.
Well, I have a question for Justin,
The way I
because I
read it.
can just see, he's been dying to say something.
And I've been trying not to let him.
Well, my question, Justin, is what in the world is there in this document that is going to preclude anybody designing this project from doing it the way we want?
Thank you, President
With our input from the public, our partners, and everybody else.
Thank you, President Goldthorpe, members of the commission. Just for the record, Justin Lucas, I'm the Deputy Director of Planning and Project Management here at ACHD. To answer your question directly, President, there's nothing in the scope of work that precludes the commission from providing input. There's nothing in the scope of work that precludes the public from providing input. I think that the truth is actually opposite of that. If you read the scope of work, we have added extensive public involvement into the early phase of this project, which will take approximately 6 months, just to determine what the public wants us to do, to listen to the public, to reach out to them with an early survey, with different concept designs, showing them the different alternatives that may be available. And to speak to Commissioner Pickering's points from before, I can provide hundreds of examples of times where we've gone out to the public in a design process, heard something, and made a specific change to the design. The most common example would be a pedestrian crossing, where we go out with a project, a pedestrian crossing isn't specifically anticipated within the scope of work. It's not even mentioned. And through the public involvement process, we learn that a pedestrian crossing is desired by the neighborhood at a certain location because they know their neighborhood better than we do. And we add it into the project, design it in, add that in, adjust the budget as necessary, and then build that pedestrian crossing. Now, the details of the type of crossing, the validity of that crossing, all of that is built into the public involvement process. And I think that's a perfect example of where ACHD responds through the design process to changes that come up from the public, from our partners, etc. So I think the reason these scope of works are so important to us as an agency, this is how we hire a consulting firm. We don't have the in-house resources available to us to do this. We hire a consulting firm. In this case, we're hiring 6 Mile Engineering. The sub-consultant will be a public involvement consultant that we're hiring to help us engage the public, create the drawings, and do all those things that are necessary to make the decisions and discuss the issues that you're discussing this evening.
I'll give you a better example.
I have a question for Justin on
that
some
would
of the
be
assumptions.
with the Amity project, Amity and Eagle Road. We had an incredible amount of public opinion given us this early in the process from our public meetings, the PIMs, everything, to where this doesn't include the slip lane because that came way later. But the roundabout, the new road, Zalvia, the extra roundabout, that all came from the public.
Yes, sir.
So, question from the scope specifically. Thank you, because I know that you're real familiar with the details of this. It says the assumptions are that all public input will be online meetings and surveys, no in-person attendance. Do you think that's valid now that we're moving out of the pandemic and that a lot of people provide really valuable input actually on site? Is there a reason why we're keeping this language in the scope?
Commission President, Commissioner Hanson, yes, we do anticipate that until we emerge from this pandemic, that it is wise to include in our scope of work an assumption that all of the outreach will be done online. Now, that does not preclude us from, if situations change and we're able to hold in-person events, we will certainly do that and have every plan to do that. We just, with the way the pandemic is going, we didn't feel comfortable assuming we would be able to do that, so we wanted to assume in the scope of work that it would be online.
And as a contractor, I assume he'll operate there. So here's the other assumption. Why is it we describe specifically the type of crossings that we want to see them develop? A replacement of the irrigation crossings, an enhancement of pedestrian crossings with pedestrian hybrid beacons at Wright Street and Ben Apple Drive intersection. So in other words, we have already told them these are the kind of designs we want before we've heard from the neighborhood what kind of designs make sense and where. We've already said, these are your crossings, this is what why are we prescribing specific types of crossings? And I have another question after that.
Mr. President, Commissioner Hanson, once again, it's a good question. For the purposes of developing a scope of work, which requires a consultant to provide us with a detailed estimate of the work that we're going to do, we have to give them an idea of what the type of work it is so that they know what to anticipate for the hours that they're going to spend. That does not mean that we can't modify, let's say, the location of those crossings, the type of those crossings, and if we choose after the public process to do so, and it creates more work for the consultant, they submit a supplemental, and we go in a different direction. Oftentimes, that generic type language is included, so the consultant has a good ability to estimate the type of work they're going to do. They have to do that. We have to provide them with a reasonable assumption of improvements so that they can develop a reasonable cost estimate for the project. And this happens, I don't know if we've ever designed a project, to be honest, completely 100% based on a written scope of work that is done at the beginning. There's always changes that come up through the process. We haven't even completed a survey on this roadway yet. That's part of the scope of work. So we go out, we do survey, we make discoveries through the early design phase, and are making adjustments as we go along.
So, Mr. President, yeah, so as you can imagine, my concern is that the things that I care about and I know are going to cost money to change in the future aren't described. So that's where my concern is. The fact that there is no reference to the fact that ACHD is already gone through the process of starting performance evaluations for pedestrian and bicycles. No reference at all. So there isn't an expectation as they're developing their bid to incorporate whatever we've just spent a lot of money and effort developing. There is, however, reference to our standard level of service at the peak hour type of stuff. So why wouldn't we have incorporated something? I know this was drafted a while ago, but now we know. So is there a reason why we didn't incorporate the use of that tool that we will also be using?
Mr. President, Commissioner Hanson, it's a good question, and I understand your concern as we develop those standards. I think the short answer is we are still in the process of finalizing the LTS standards. We do have a work session scheduled coming up very shortly to present those once again to the Commission for your review and analysis, and you'll see shortly that we're planning to bring those back to you in the month of June at your discretion for adoption, if that's the discretion of the Commission. The reason we didn't include those in the scope of work is just that. They're not adopted. They are under development. We don't know the exact timeline of adoption on those standards, and we wouldn't want to jump out in front of the Commission on something like that. Specifically, that's a policy issue. At the staff level, we work off of what has been adopted, what the standards are, the documents, and the other things and plans that we have. And that you can blame me for that. It's my discretion where we would say, I don't feel comfortable including that at this point because has not been formally adopted by the Commission. Does that mean that if the Commission adopts that in June, that we can't apply some of those principles to this design? I don't think there's anything that would stop us from doing that, especially in this case where, as you can see in the scope of work, the pedestrian and bike facilities that are anticipated in this project are meeting the standards basically that you have described. These are separated facilities, they're multi-use pathways, we're not talking about on-street bike lanes. So a lot of those principles have already been incorporated at the Commission's direction into all of our projects.
Yeah, Mr. President, I just want to be, because I've heard this from the past saying, that's great, Commission, you can do that, but it's going to cost more because we didn't ask the contractor to do that or the consultant to do that. So I know there will be changes down the road. What I don't want to hear back is like, this is one of those legacy things where we can't change this going forward because without obviously some additional expense. The issue I have also with any arterial, straight arterial that's going to be widened out, we see this, we certainly heard this with our memorials policy, the location of some of the fatalities in our community are in arterials that have been widened. There's no reference to speed. And I know it's not a standard that we incorporate in, say, what are the anticipated speeds that are going to be on these, and that the lack of that reference sort of stood out to me as I read through, and I read through the entire scope of this, and I read through the scope back when it first appeared on our agenda. And that's why I say there really isn't that much different between them, except for the reference to a 3-lane alternative to compare to that, because the other language pretty much stayed in there. And so that's my concern of it. Why the rush to move forward when we could do this with much more input from a number of sources, especially from Boise. But I've said my piece. I think other commissioners have made up their minds.
Alexis, did you have a question or another comment that you wanted to make?
Just a comment that I appreciate, Justin, thank you for just providing more examples and more details about how you developed it. And I guess I was thinking about this question, but I don't think it needs to be answered, but I just want to share it because I was wondering if there were any nuances where, because it seems like such an important, it is an important project, right? There's so many interesting and important features that are impacted by this. I was just curious if there's any nuances with coordinating with the city and the county. I know we're going to coordinate with them, and I know that they're going to be part of that design process, but I guess just Bree to share it back with the city, just to really ensure that they're a part of each of those opportunities and sharing it out through their networks, because we couldn't do this without the city being as engaged as they have been over the last few months. So I guess just really making sure that we're both working really closely together in all the ways that we can to make sure that this project is excellent.
Mr. President, Commissioner Pickering, believe me, we truly appreciate, understand, and clearly hear the direction that you and the rest of the commission appear to be giving us and such. And I would not be doing my job if we didn't ensure that those were done across the board. And I will agree with you, all projects are important. There isn't one that's less important than the, I mean, it depends on the specifics. Even the smallest half a foot sidewalk is incredibly important to someone. And that's the way we look at this. And again, I'll just summarize by saying this is a starting point. There are many opportunities and avenues for all of our key partners. And one that was not mentioned, the school system. They're going to have a pretty good say into this based on where this road is intended, be it 3-lane, be it 5, be it a cow pasture going down. They're going to have a tremendous input in this, and our team will assure you that all will be done. But again, this is the starting point. There's a lot of changes that will be made, and at the end of the day, if the commission does, by resolution, approve the LTS as we think, we can incorporate it. As a matter of fact, we're incorporating it now unofficially in all the other projects that we're doing. So I hope that's answered your questions, and commissioners, I do ask again if you would allow us to move forward.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close the discussion on this particular item, and the matter is appropriately and properly before us now for a motion.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I move that we approve and authorize signature of the professional services agreement with 6 Mile Engineering for the Maple Grove Road, Amity Road to Victory Road, professional services agreement.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Mr. President,
Aye.
I'll make a substitute
Aye.
motion that we defer
Just a second.
this.
We've got a substitute motion coming.
Mr. President, I make the substitute motion that we defer this until after our joint meeting with the City of Boise City Council and incorporate their input into the scope of work.
Is there a second? Then the motion fails for lack of a second. Back to the first motion again. All in favor?
Aye.
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 And any opposed?
Nay.
The motion passes. We'll go to number 4 now, which is setting the fiscal year 2022 public hearing date. And I have, just before you start, Paul, I want to, because I've checked back, I remember very well when we were having our discussion last year about this very thing, there were some concerns leveled at that time that we would like to have one additional week to make, to give us the time that other bodies take with their budget and that sort of thing. And so that's all we're talking about with this particular item, is can we have the additional week?
Commissioners, that would make a pretty huge impact. Mr. President, Commissioners, for the record, Paul Daigle, Chief of Staff. One of the reasons that we picked the 25th is just because it's the end of the month. It's a night meeting. We allowed the public to make input. If you remember Christie's presentation, public input started back in February. I mean, the stated case was we need an extra week for public input. Public input has started on the 1st of February. We had a meeting on the 18th of February where we briefed the public about the integrated 5-year work plan. We gave them the budget. Next week, we're going to have another open house where we're going to talk about the integrated 5-year work plan and the budget. We have gone out to our partner agencies. We've collected over 800 inputs to that integrated 5-year work plan. Why do I keep hammering the integrated 5-year work plan? Because you commissioners have done a really good job of that stump speech where you go out and you tell everybody, if you want to influence the budget, get your projects in, build some kind of consensus behind it, let the cities know, we'll get them into the integrated 5-year work plan, because the first 2 years of the integrated 5-year work plan are the budget.
Yes, we have.
Right now, you've done a great job. That's why we have over 800 inputs already. When we get to July, you new commissioners are going to be in for a real treat, because we are going to sit down. It's going to take anywhere from 4 to 8 hours. We are going to go through the budget line by line, page by page. The old head commissioners have gone through this a number of times. As I said, it takes 4 to 8 hours. We answer all the questions. We talk about everything on there. We make the necessary changes. And at that point in time, that budget is pretty much in concrete. We take and then we publish it. This year we're shooting to publish on the 4th of August. It's going to be, the proposed budget will go online. It will also be printed and set out out in the vestibule for people to look at. That way, the public will have 20 days to take a look at that, proposed budget. The night of the 25th, there's only going to be one thing on the agenda, and that's the budget. We only have one thing on the agenda for the proposed budget. There's a couple of decisions that you as the commission are going to have to make. The public can make all kinds of inputs by that point in time, but all the I's have been dotted, all the T's have been crossed, we've given notice. The budget is the budget by that point in time, because they've had since February till you guys give us the blessing in July to go ahead and publish it. Now, what happens on the 25th, you're going to have to decide. Do we take 3%? Do we take new construction? Do we take both? Do we not take any? Or do we take foregone? Those are the decisions that are going to be asked for on the night of the 25th. So, we started this process last October. We published all the dates. Every city, town, school district knew exactly when everything was going to be expected of them. If you want to change dates, we'll gladly do it for you next year. We'll figure out a different schedule. But this year, you're pretty much set in stone, because we have certain publishing requirements that we have to meet. And by even shifting that a week, it's not going to allow us to meet some of our notice requirements.
Jim, you can.
So, yeah,
you can
Mr.
give
Chairman,
this better
just,
than I can.
well, my experience has been that we have come to that final date and we have maybe 2 votes for the budget. And we have to pass the budget that night.
Yes, you do.
We absolutely have to, we can't defer it for another week. And so we run the risk, and I'm not going to play that game again. If I don't like what's in the budget, and the 2 other commissioners don't either, then we won't pass the budget that day. The opportunity that all the other jurisdictions have is that they make their budget decisions earlier, so that if there is a deadlock in the city council or the county commission, they have time to work out those deadlocks. But I'll tell you, based on past experience, and one night we were here very late, and ultimately I caved and supported it, and frankly I regret, because I thought that was really inappropriate. I thought, we could have had an opportunity to work out a budget that could have addressed the concerns I had. And so we do run this risk. Just know that we run this risk by selecting the last possible date to hold our hearing, to cast our vote. We will run that risk. So if you want to go forward, fine, but there is that risk. We will not have a budget if we don't get 3 commissioners who agree.
Jim, are you saying that I was a good salesman that night? Okay.
I've been
I
fighting
just
for
want to
something
remind everybody
very
we had
hard.
we had a unanimous vote last year on the budget.
I'm
We
not
got
talking
out of
about
here.
last year. I'm talking about.
I know, the year before, yeah.
You can't predict what it is that's going to hold up issues, and that's why I just think we got to do this to ourselves, protect our opportunity to have that week so that we can work out whatever the deadlocks are, whatever the barriers are. But it's up to you,
Steve.
Mr. President, Commissioners, Paul brings up a really good point, and the issue is that by the time we publish the budget, the only thing we can change is the revenue. We can't really change the expenditure end. And so we're locked in really at the end of July. But if the commission wants to have a commission meeting prior to that time, talk about the budget, have the public come in and discuss it, that's fine. But the dates that Paul's concerned about, and rightfully so, is the publication dates. And it gets very, very weird for us. And we're different. We have different publication dates. So we're unique in that way.
Then the city or the county?
Yes. We're by our own statute. So just remember that the issue is really the revenue, the 3% and all of that. And that's game night, August 25th. But once it's been published, you're basically locked in on your expenses. You can't.
Game day is basically next week.
So, Mr. President, if I may, and Steve, I don't know if you're the right one to ask the question or not, but if we meet in July to make all our decisions on the 5-year work plan.
No.
I'm sorry.
We're gonna present you your proposed budget. I believe in Christie's slides there was a meeting. You're gonna have a separate meeting on the integrated 5-year work plan.
Yeah.
We have a lot of plans. They all feed into the integrated 5-year work
okay.
plan, which feeds the budget. So
Okay, so the meeting you're talking about in July, that you were talking about a few months.
it's strictly a budget presentation.
Budget, okay.
We're gonna sit. You're gonna get a budget book that's anywhere from 1 to 2 inches thick, and we're gonna sit down with you. Commissioner Goldthorpe's laughing. He remembers. And as I said, this is strictly the budget. We're going
Right.
to go through and explain everything line by line.
And so that's the point where we will have opportunity to consider the various parameters of the budget.
Absolutely. You can delve into, we're going to have everything from paper clips to all of the projects that we plan to do next year. You can go into as much detail as you want. Well, answer, I mean, we won't leave there until every question is answered.
And so then what happens then in August is that it gets published on the 4th, And then we have our,
We have to notice.
right,
And what we'll do is we will more than likely, in years past, what we usually do is we notice 3% plus new construction. We say, this is the maximum we are going to certify for the tax assessor. And then the commission, and Commissioner Hanson's right, there's arguments about, do we take 3%, do we take growth, do we take one, do we take the other? That's the argument. It's not about the budget per se, this project needs to go in. It's always about, do we take growth, do we take the 3%? So the argument is at that level. But once we publish, make notice that this is the maximum we're going to take, we can always take less, but we can never take more. So we'll notice out there that we're going to take the 3% plus growth, and then it's up to the commission. On the 25th, like I said, you're only going to have one thing on the agenda, and you're only going to have a couple of decisions to make. Do you take 3%? Do you take growth? Do you take not? Do you take foregone?
so those are the questions that'll be the issue at that point.
Correct.
The other questions.
And we discussed that beforehand too.
Yeah, so I think a lot of these questions that Commissioner Hanson is concerned about are things that we'll be discussing prior to that point. Am I right?
So, correct, but you need 3 votes. Commissioner Goldthorpe and I had a very passionate desire to see movement on something that there wasn't sufficient movement on. And our votes were contingent on asking that these, and so they were both incorporated into the motion that was made to approve. It was either the capital improvements plan or the budget, but it was not directly related, but it was like, okay, and those 2 things you've seen. One is performance measurements, so we have some data, and the other is on the analysis of the arterials that Commissioner Goldthorpe's done a great job bringing forward. I don't think that would have brought forward if he didn't say, I want this to happen, it's integrated, we're paying for it. So it's those kinds of things, you say, we need to see some movement. And so that's part of the discussion. If you look back on the record of those 2 big votes last August, that's what was critical, certainly for my vote.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Paul, could you explain, there's a couple different words that have been, I want to make sure that they're not interchangeable and that we're talking about different things. So you're mentioning there's notices, are those different from, are those public notices? Are they different from the actual publishing requirements? Can you kind of tease that out?
We have to publish notice in the paper, what our certification is going to be. That's part of the notice requirements.
But we haven't published.
And is that a federal requirement or is that part of our own
state statute?
And so okay, so it's just a notice after the fact.
Prior to the meeting, we have to let the public know what our maximum certification can be. So, like, for example, last year we noticed that our maximum certification could be, I want to say $43 million. We actually certified 42.1.
And how many days before the meeting?
We have to do that
3 weeks.
2 weeks? 2 or 3 weeks prior to the meeting.
So it has to be done 2 weeks before the meeting. So if you move the meeting up a week, that just means it's another week earlier, you have to publish it.
Okay.
So everything moves up.
Well, we usually do
Last year we published on the 1st of August. This year we're planning on the 4th of August. We want to give the public, this gives the public 3 weeks to look at it. If we publish on the 4th, they have till the 25th to look at it and provide some extra input. But as I said, by that point in time, the pie is baked. We're not going to be swapping projects in and out. There's only a big decision on what you want to do.
I understand. I understand that piece, but Commissioner Hanson has a good point though about just the taking of 3%. All of those nuances. And I was there when that meeting was happening, and I would not want to put us and our constituents in another situation like that. You're shaking your head, Paul.
Well, the staff doesn't want to be in that position either. That wasn't a very comfortable night for us. So the issue is there's a couple of issues, and one is if you start talking about the budget earlier, then you have open meeting law issues. It's a legislative issue, and so you have to be mindful of that. And you don't want to have open meeting violations because you've had a drawn-out process. But like I said, if you guys want to start talking, have an early public hearing on the budget, I suggest you do that in July, prior to the notice, the publication notice, and you could do that. Then you would just continue the hearing until the 25th for further input. There's nothing wrong with that. You guys, that's great. You want to do it. But by the time we get there, look, you've got 2 years within your budget that is really set out within your integrated 5-year work program. You guys have already decided that. So when you get into the operational costs, you're going line by line. Those changes will be made. I can't think of a time in the last 20 years where we got into the expenditure issues as preventing the commission from the budget being adopted. It's always been 3% growth, all of that stuff. So those decisions, you want the public to come in and testify early on, let's do it in July. And give you guidance so you can defer it till the 25th, away you go. The publication date's the killer date, and that's what Paul's trying to tell you. We can't. Then what you're going to be doing is you're going to be taking public testimony that limits your ability to modify what's presented in the publication that's required by statute. So you either do it before. If you want to do it after, then you're going to be limited on how you can change the budget anyway. So.
Okay. Any other comments or questions?
So let me clarify. We can say we're going to do it on the 25th, but we could also say we're going to do it by the 25th, and on the 18th, we meet at a night meeting, and we come to a decision, we're ready to vote, and we vote on it. Are we prohibited from doing that, or do we have to then come back?
No, it's actually, well, I'll send you the statute. It's actually very specific as to time and place and manner in which you're going to adopt it.
I'd like us to have an evening meeting with the public on the 18th, perhaps even on the 11th of August, so that we can discuss the kinds of things that have led us to an impasse, near impasse, and we felt like we had no choice. Somebody had to
Mr. President, Commissioner Hanson, can I ask you a question? Why can't you do that in July prior to the publication day?
No, we could.
That would be.
Oh yeah, I mean, we said that we have to decide the percentage, but it's the other things. I mean, that's not. I mean, that held up some people, but my concern was that there's fundamental ways in which the budget operates.
Well, the publication date causes us a lot of problems. That's all I'm trying to tell you. And if you have a meeting before, I don't know what the 7th or the 11th of August is any different from the 25th of July. As long as it could be on the 3rd, frankly, except staff won't be able to respond to any changes. But all I'm trying to tell you is that I think you can most certainly schedule a public hearing, continue it in July, and continue it to the 25th. Recognizing you have open meeting law issues, but that way we get the publication of the agenda that's required. You get your public input, you're fine. But if you do it after that, you're just creating really unnecessary issues.
Right. So you have to decide on the percentage by the 3rd of August.
Well,
August.
No, you can. We're going to put into the budget. We're going to put in the max anyway. We always do. You guys get to decide on game night, the 25th, whether you want to take 3% growth, just growth, foregone.
Last year we did not publish it with. Of course, last year was the pandemic year, but the previous year.
Well, yeah, because you had decided, you directed staff not to include it in the budget, but the year before, yes, and we plan on doing that this year.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Just one comment. I think with 2 new commissioners, I think it's good to just maintain our status quo. There's no reason to really think that we're not going to get there. And then they have that knowledge. If they feel that we need to institute some changes, then we go from there. I think it'd be a little reckless maybe to decide we're going to throw the baby out with the bathwater right now and make these changes. And like Mr. Daigle addressed as well, if we want to make these changes for the next budget cycle, then, we can go through it. But I think it would be beneficial for the new commissioners to just go through the whole process and have that under their belt, and then they can make an informed decision going from that point. So I don't see any need to change it.
Okay. Well, we have this request for approval before us, and we've had a lot of discussion on it. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second?
The request is to approve the,
What are we approving?
Publication of the.
The regular
Changing the date
publication
or what?
dates. Setting the
Publication
date.
of setting the date. What is the exact language? The date, time, and place of the upcoming budget hearing.
so, yeah, if it,
No one wants to second it.
if the motion is to approve the proposed hearing dates and so on, I
The
would second
25th
that.
of August.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed? Then the motion passes.
Thank you, Commissioner.
One last thing on the agenda, and that's public communications. Do we have a line of people knocking our doors down for public communications? Stacy?
Not tonight, sir.
All right, then the meeting is adjourned.
Good night.
Okay.
Well, you know, when I
Yeah, I have to be on the road.